What's up? Welcome to the Inspired Vibes Lounge. This is episode number 172. I think it is. And I am Adam Choit. For more about this show, please subscribe please subscribe, of course, but it's also Inspired Vibes Lounge on Instagram. If you want to follow, definitely subscribe, like the videos, share the videos, comment. I appreciate everything. I appreciate you guys. I'm at Adam Choit, Instagram, Twitter, adamchoit.com will take you to the link tree for everything that I'm working on beyond this show. Let's get into it. We have IndeeHub's Zack Mahoney, somebody I connected with fairly recently, and I want to hear all about his creative journey and what he's working on these days. And IndeeHub, which is he'll tell you all about it. It's a platform for filmmakers and film watchers. So let's just get into it and bring in Zack. What's up, dude?
Yo, what's up, man?
What's cracking?
Just at the inspired vibes, just in the lounge, man.
Yeah. I recently changed this from People We Love to Inspired Vibes Lounge because I kind of interviewed people before about their lives and careers and who and what inspires them, and I still kind of definitely want to talk about these things, but I would definitely want to be more open to possibilities, have solo shows, guests, multiple guests, recurring guests. I kind of building a little community here too, so it's been fun. How you been?
Good, man. Good. Been busy. Other than that, just grinding. 2 steps forward, 1 step back.
Yeah, tell me about it. I feel like good things and there's setbacks and good things happening almost at the same time. I can't even keep track.
Oh, 100%. It's like what do they say? The obstacles are the way. That is the
Yeah,
path.
why is life got to be twisted like
Because
that?
we gotta learn shit.
Yeah. Oh, I don't want it, but I want to know everything already.
Oh no, that would be horrifying.
Yeah. No, yeah, no, it would be good. It's good to know some things, but you have to, yeah, like you're saying, there's this yin and yang of life.
Yep.
It's annoying. Where are you? I don't even know that much about you. Where are you from originally?
I'm from a little town up in Northern California, Grass Valley.
What's that closest to that I would know?
It's about an hour north of Sacramento. It's kind of on the way to Tahoe if you're taking 80.
Okay, I see it. I'm looking at it. Looks like a nice town.
It's a beautiful little spot, unique little spot. Nobody should go there. Don't ruin it.
Yeah, it looks like quintessential USA or small town USA, like almost like a time capsule or
Yep,
something like that.
100%. Yeah, little mining town. It's all mother lode up there. So gold rush, pretty much prime gold rush property up there. Tons of mines. Beautiful forests, trees, lakes, rivers.
Is there still gold up there?
Yeah, yeah. There's a couple of operating mines up there. There's, with newer techniques, they could get a lot more gold out of what's up there, but they got a lot of fights with the locals. Nobody wants them mining anymore, and got the environmentalists against the capitalists. Kind of the age old story.
Where do you stand on this fight?
I mean, like back in the day, mining was super, super destructive. I mean, you can go up there and check out. There's a cool park up there if you're headed that way called Malakoff Diggins, and it's where they used to do, all the hydraulic mining. So there's still entire mountainsides that are just completely washed away, like half a mountain just gone, like mountain and then right angle gone. So back in the day, this stuff was super destructive, and some of the mines right in the town, they got like mercury poisoning, and they're all closed off, and this stuff was pretty toxic and pretty poisonous. So if things were still going like that, you can make the argument like, maybe not the safest way to do things, but technology's advanced and they can extract gold in a, I would say much more environmentally friendly or safer way. So I don't know, I'm in between. If they can do it in a way that's not crazy, it's their property, let them do it.
And you and this is where you spent your from like kindergarten to high school, basically, like aged.
Yep, that's right. Born and raised, basically nothing to 16.
This is it. This is the look at this. This looks like scenic and I don't know. Looks peaceful. Can I live here?
Yes, you definitely can.
This is like
Yep.
the anti Los Angeles.
It is. It is a different world, man.
Yeah. So what about, and so growing up, like tell me about like your family. Do you have siblings and whatnot?
Yeah, I got a half brother. Pretty much an only child. My father died when I was pretty young, so it was more or less my mom and I. Um, just kind of getting by, kicking it, running around, eating food.
An exciting life. What kind of stuff were you into when you were a kid in like elementary school, middle school? Were you into like sports, comic books, art, something else?
I was super active. I was super into sports. I played any sport I could play. Baseball, basketball, soccer, a little bit of football for 5 minutes. But yeah, yeah, super active. Just ran around. Then I got into theater. I started doing like school plays when I was like 8. Got really, really into that, and then that's kind of what got me to LA. Got me acting. Started my acting career. Um, and love movies. I mean, really, really love movies. There's a little theater up there in some of those photos you were showing called the Del Oro. It's like local joint up there, about 3 theaters. And Yeah, man, just really fell in love with acting. Fell in love with movies. Started making movies as soon as I could. Got little cameras when we were, however old. I don't know, 11, 12. Got my first Final Cut system at 13. Taught myself how to edit. Um, yeah, and just got super into movies. And by the time I got to high school, I started taking that more seriously. Played a little bit of high school soccer, and then it kind of had to make a choice: do I want to be in this play or do I want to play soccer? I decided to do the theater, and
Really?
yep, yep.
Did you get criticized or whatever, or flack from other friends and dudes in school, or did no one really gave a shit? Was it a big high school, a small high school, an
It was
artsy high school?
huge. It was huge for the area. We had 3,000, a little over 3,000 kids in our school because it's basically was the only high school in the county. There were like another one in Truckee, but that's super far away. So it pretty much took all the kids from all the little surrounding areas. So it was a big school.
How many in your
Um,
graduating class in your high school?
I want to say just under 1,000, it's like 900 something.
That's big enough.
Um, yeah, it was pretty big. It's much smaller now up there. There's not a lot of declining enrollment, not a lot of stuff going on, but at the time it was pretty big. And no, I didn't. No, I didn't get shit from anybody. I was friends with everybody, man. I hung out with everybody. I hung out with the dancers, hung out with the drama nerds, hung out with the jocks, hung out with the whoever, man. I was super social. It didn't matter. It was
It
cool.
seems
It was a
like
cool group of kids.
it seems like I keep, maybe I don't know if it's me or what, but like I seem to be connecting with a lot of people who kind of like took on that role in some capacities, whether they were close with everyone of different circles or just like got along with everybody from different circles or just didn't give a shit about being whatever. Like people who people who was like sort of tough to like put into a category of like, I think there are certain archetypes in high school: the jock, the nerd, the popular girl, the the skaters, the punks, the hip hop, whatever. I think there's all different kinds of like archetypes even, but yeah, there's people
Yeah.
that don't necessarily fit into one of those types
Yeah. Yeah. I
either.
mean, we definitely had them. There were cliques. It wasn't like 80s movie style. It wasn't like Breakfast Club kind of stuff, but there were definitely cliques. But for
Sure.
the most part, man, it was everybody up there is pretty chill, and I'm social. I like everybody. If you're cool, I'm down.
Nice. No, that's a good attitude. You get that from your mom or from somewhere else?
I don't know. That's a good question. I haven't thought about that one. I mean, had to have to some extent. Mom, dad, family. I was also more or less an only child, so I enjoyed my social time and took advantage of it, and it was important to me. Certainly when I was
Yeah,
young.
I got you. And so junior, senior year in high school, we're focusing more on theater and acting and these and media and filmmaking and stuff. So that's where your passion lies. Where does the journey go from there? College, working, coming to LA.
So I actually tested out of school early. I got my proficiency at 15 or 16, whatever the minimum age is, and left school. I would say early my junior year and moved to LA. Had had a real good opportunity, a legit opportunity for management and reps. There was a movie that was casting up at the town. The director was from the same town, and he wanted to shoot this movie up there. And they had some names attached at the time. I think like Ron Perlman and David Gallagher, and at some point Lucas Black was involved, I think. And anyway, so they just auditioned like everybody for all the minor roles and extras and stuff like that. So I got to know the people making the movie, and the woman casting it at the time, her name was Valerie McCaffrey. She, after I auditioned for her, she called me up and said, "Hey, if you want to think about acting professionally, I'd like to manage you." And I was like, "Fuck yes, get me the fuck out of here."
Nice.
I hated it at the time. I love it now. It's such a great spot. But at the time, I wanted to get out. So I left. I left at 16, basically, and started acting, and basically booked my first commercial job within 3 months, and got my SAG card a couple months thereafter, and didn't look back.
All right. Are you still acting to this day?
No, I haven't in a while. I've been on the production side of things for quite a while now.
Have you been in anything notable that I would know about or should know about?
No. I did a bunch of, I did some TV. I did an episode of 90210 and this, co-star on this episode of the show called Half and Half, and did a bunch of commercials, Old Navy and some Disney spots, and just a smattering of stuff, bunch of indies, bunch of shorts, stuff like that.
What was the, cause you'd only when you were a kid and in high school, you'd only done theater, I'm guessing, up until that point. Had you done it? Well, you had been making films on your own, but what about acting in front of the camera for film versus theater? I guess I'm asking what's that change, the difference? And I mean, I guess the obvious things, but I'll let you talk about those differences. I
mean, I love it. I love acting kind of every which way, but as I got more experience, I actually like acting in theater a lot more. Film is very much a director's medium, and acting in it is a little less. It's just very different. It's very different than theater. So I guess if I had the choice, I'd probably act in theater and direct movies. But I'll take whatever.
Yeah, film. You're saying cut every 2 seconds. There's interruption. There's people around you. There's something more. I mean, theater's live, so you're having that sort of that live experience, and it's more of like an organic, natural flow. You can get more into the flow. It's easier to get into a flow with someone you're performing with, perhaps.
Yeah. Your relationship with the audience is instant. It's very much up to you in that moment. You've done all your work. You've done the rehearsals, and you go out night after night, and there's just nothing like that. There's nothing like that live relationship with your fellow cast and with the audience and the energy in the room, and it's different every night and poses different challenges. And I like going for an hour or 2 hours. You really get into a swing.
So you moved to LA when you were like 16, you said?
Yeah.
That's like wild. What was that like? That must have been overwhelming. Did you move right into the center of Hollywood? That's what people do when they move to LA. I mean, it is kind of like a centrally located geographically. But where did you live? And like, was that overwhelming? Had you visited LA before? Because you're from California, so maybe you came down over the years for something.
Yeah, no, not really, man. Like different world, just a completely different world from what I grew up in. So it was super overwhelming, very challenging. Especially at that age, you leave all your friends and your whole way of life. Yeah, it was very challenging. There were just some very lonely times. But I made some good friends, and things move quickly. Didn't live in Hollywood, thank God. Lived up in the valley pretty much most of my stint. I've only lived over the hill for a little bit, but that was years later. So it wasn't too crazy, but LA's crazy. So it kind of gets crazy no matter which way you slice it. Yeah, the culture shock was nuts for sure. And, LA, the way I've come to understand it, or describe it to people is like LA is pockets of the coolest people on the planet surrounded by absolute fucking douchebags.
Right. That is kind of how I explain it to people too. It's almost like you have to, I think this actually applies to online also, but you kind of have to look. there's cool people, there's cool organizations, there's interesting things going on, but you have to kind of look a little bit harder. You have to dig a little bit harder to find where you fit in more. Versus like maybe even not everything needs to be compared to New York, but there's a jazz club, a bar. There's just it's not as spread out, I guess, in a
That
way.
Yeah, that's the real challenge with LA is like it's like a 30, 40 minute, hour and a half drive. So if you find little pockets of people, the traveling is serious. And if you live in a neighborhood that you're not really stoked on, you feel very much, very isolated, and you can't just like walk out and end up in some totally different vibe 5 blocks down the road. You got to like really get out there, get in traffic, do the whole thing. But LA has its perks for sure. I mean, there really are some absolutely world class, kick ass people in this city doing cool shit.
Yeah, it's interesting, or to hear you think to think about like moving to LA at 16, because it's not like if you moved at 21 and you can go to a bar, you're an adult, you can do more any adult thing, vice or just whatever, just you're more of an adult. Versus like even if you're a kid, if like maybe if you were a student or you were in school here, like were you in like high school? Were you getting like tutored or something when you were that age? You were just full time. That's awesome.
Yeah,
I love
no,
that.
I got my diploma basically, and basically started working. So I told my
Oh, so
mom,
you graduated.
yeah, yeah, tested out early. And basically my plan was like, back in the day, their pilot season was like a huge deal. This was a long time ago, and so I was like, look, I'll go down for a pilot season, and if I don't book any work, I'll just come back. I'll go to community college and transfer to a college after that. And so I had gotten a job at McDonald's for save up a couple $100 and moved down. So I had like $500 or something. And, pretty much in 3 months ran out of that. I was living with an extended family member, so I didn't have to pay for any kind of rent for the first few months. And, booked my first commercial job as a spec commercial, got like $700 cash. And I was like, fuck yeah, I'm in.
Yeah.
And then not shortly thereafter, I booked kind of some big spots, some big commercials that paid a shitload of money, and that kind of kept me there. But no school, pretty much just started doing the movie thing, man.
And where does the journey go from there? And your LA journey from 16? What was the rest of your teenage life like into your 20s? We'll just continue on the journey.
It was a blur, man. It's crazy. I won't go too into details, but we had fun.
Yeah, that's good.
It was nuts.
I would
Um,
assume.
yeah, it was like college years earlier. So it was, and then a bunch of my friends from the same town that we grew up in, they kind of moved down. So we had a little cohort of us in this apartment complex, and we would just get crazy, man. We had a good time. So basically, it was just work, audition, shoot stuff, party, and then the industry was going through a really big transition in that time. This is 2000, starts around 2008. So 2008 to 2000, probably 11, 12, major transition years, not very dissimilar from what's going on right now. You got the politics, the economics, and the technology were all fundamentally changing. And so that's kind of what was happening then. And things changed a lot with regards to what the type of projects you could go out on and the type of projects that were being funded. And I frankly just kind of started getting frustrated with some of the stuff I was going out on. I was like, I didn't come down here to run around, to go to just stupid projects and stupid auditions. So I got frustrated. So we started doing the production side of things. A buddy of mine did a documentary that was in our early 20s. And that kind of kicked off the production side of things for me. Excuse me. So we did this documentary called The Ataxian. Good movie, my opinion. I liked it. And then from there, man, it was just like a smattering of like random crazy production stuff. We shot a lot of dance, shot a lot of live stuff, music videos, corporate stuff, shorts.
And you were working the camera or producing all this? What was your kind of...
Pretty much everything. Yeah. doing a lot of cam opping, doing producing, a lot of editing, tons of editing. Um, yeah, yeah. I mean, that's the quick and dirty, but just all kinds of production, all kinds of crazy stuff, and that kind of takes us up to COVID, I guess. And so COVID hits. Or I guess right before COVID, I kind of fell into the crypto rabbit hole. I started to learn how that tech worked and realized that, like, man, this could solve a lot of the problems that I'd experienced both in front of and behind the camera. Um, but I was, busy with production work, so I was building that business and uh, didn't think I would be able to pursue anything like that. But then COVID hit, and I was like, well, I don't got shit to do anyway. So I started working on this thing I'm working on now called IndeeHub. Um, and that's what I've been doing for the last few years, basically.
Yeah, tell me more about IndeeHub.
So IndeeHub is an exhibition platform for independent filmmakers and audience members. Our objective is to create a more direct relationship with filmmakers and their audiences. And we have a little bit of a novel payment scheme. And basically what that allows people to do is for every second that you're watching somebody's movie, that filmmaker's getting paid. And that payment can be split between the filmmaker and their cap table. So let's say you and I did a short. We wanted to split the revenue 50-50. You can just go into IndeeHub. You add that split, whatever the percentage, whatever the ratio is that you want, as long as it equals 100. And you kind of go from there. And, so filmmakers get paid, they get paid per second. And it sort of solves a lot of the complexity on the payment side of things for filmmakers.
Nice. So how is it going with the platform? Where we're at? Because I think you mentioned you were testing it, or is it fully live? Where are we in the process?
Yeah, we're like kind of in the middle. We're like in a soft launch, a little soft beta right now. You can go on there, you can check it out. Filmmakers can go on and upload. So if you got any shorts, any movies laying around that aren't, you could breathe some life into, you could go ahead and upload them. We are a couple of weeks away from sort of redoing the landing page, making things more clear. And changing up our payment structure from the audience side of things. Those are a little disjointed at the moment, but we're doing a lot of work on the back end, doing a lot of engineering. But for the most part, it's ready to go. And over the next couple of months, we're going to start a more concerted effort to get filmmakers on and go find some good movies and start to build the library and start to build an audience, hopefully, of people who like watching independent movies and supporting filmmakers.
Yeah, that's super cool. Yeah, and I admire anyone who like takes any sort of chances and then starts a business with the entrepreneurial mindset. Because so many people that aren't even willing to try. They're afraid to fail. They're whatever reason. We all have so many barriers and blocker roadblocks ahead of us. Some of them not even. Some of them are our own doings. Others are just life and just. It's hard to launch a thing, to get a thing off the ground. So I commend you and congratulate you on this venture. That's super exciting. I want to ask questions about crypto and Bitcoin and all this.
Oh, all night, dude. I love it. I'll go however long you want.
This because we have had some conversations. So this is like more like your realm of expertise. I remember we went to an event and I was surrounded by the Bitcoin people, and so I do enjoy being around like people who are super passionate, really about anything. It's just fun to absorb, and you kind of can get inspired in that way. So what is because you're not as, if I remember, you're not into other crypto. Is that true, or do you invest in other crypto as well?
Yeah, I'm a bit of a Bitcoin maxi. Bitcoin maxis tend to have there's different flavor of maxi for sure.
Maximalist, like you're kind of, it is what it kind of sounds like.
Yep, exactly. And so, but most Bitcoin maxis start the same journey. They start to learn about the tech. They start to learn about crypto. They learn about blockchain. Pretty much everybody has a similar story. They trade shit coins. They buy a bunch of stuff. They get burned. And they start to realize why Bitcoin is unique among all of these technologies and what the real value prop is and why it is the most successful network by far, and of which there are many, many reasons. So I went on a very similar journey, and But actually, the original proof of concept for IndeeHub we built on a technology called Interledger, which isn't really talked about too much anymore. But one of the guys who this guy Stefan Thomas, who was one of the Ripple guys, he worked on the XRP ledger, helped develop this Interledger tech, and it was dope. It worked great. Did what we needed it to do. But things got very unclear in those days from a regulatory perspective and a technology perspective. And I became more of a Bitcoin maxi myself over that period of time. So I decided to move the platform in the direction of Lightning, and using Lightning, which is a Bitcoin layer 2, to solve the payments issue. Yeah.
It's easier to set up the payment with Bitcoin just because there's more infrastructure exists. It's just more trustworthy. It's more infrastructure. It's just
Yeah.
more
Yeah.
users.
Yeah. I would say mostly that it's more of an open protocol rather than relying on a singular piece of tech like Solana, for example. You're really basically on a centralized database, and you're dependent on the people who run that network, on whether or not they're going to allow transactions, or whether their infrastructure is up and running, or whether they're managing it well enough. But Lightning is a protocol built on top of Bitcoin, which is another protocol. So essentially, it's more of an open network, and anybody can build on it. So if one Lightning provider goes out, we can just switch to another one. And it's just a little bit more accessible and a little bit more
Flexible.
less censorable, more flexible. Yeah, exactly.
How come Bitcoin went up to 110,000? Now it's back down to 82,000. What has Donald Trump done or not done correctly?
Well, that's just what Bitcoin does, man. Bitcoin goes up, Bitcoin goes down. It's volatile. I certainly am not qualified to say why it's going up or down, other than the smartass answer of more people were buying and now more people are selling. But Trump's administration, from a Bitcoin and crypto perspective, is just an absolute 180 from the previous administration. I mean, it couldn't possibly be more clear. The fact that he is vocally working on a strategic Bitcoin reserve, Bitcoin only, not
And this is a good thing ultimately, because is there a fine line between too much centralized control of currencies and digital currencies and CBDCs and the government being forward thinking in a way that doesn't hurt liberty, broadly speaking? Does that make any sense? Why is this a good thing?
Yeah, no, it's a fantastic question, and frankly, it's probably the only relevant question. So we have to kind of we have to parse the two. We have to split them up. CBDCs, stable coins, and other crypto networks are fundamentally different from the Bitcoin network. And that fundamental difference comes down to control over the rules and access to the network. Bitcoin does not have a central group of people who control the network. Even if somebody like Michael Saylor owns 500,000 Bitcoin, that doesn't mean that he has any outsized influence over how the network operates or what the rules of the network are. That's not true in most, if not all, other alternative coins or alternative chains, and certainly not true of a CBDC. So as an example, talking about stable coins, so Tether, USDC, any of these coins that are these stable coins that are propagated on other networks like Ethereum or Solana or even the Lightning Network, frankly, these are highly centralized ledgers. The people who run Tether, because they issue the token, if they don't like what you're doing and they don't like the monetary activity being sent across the network, Tether itself can shut you down. They can revoke your coins. They can turn your transactions off. They can kind of do whatever they want.
Do these other networks like Tether often do take actions like that?
They do. And Tether themselves has been vocal that they do that, and they'll work with kind of anti-terrorism laws. But I want to be clear that Tether itself is not a network. Tether is a company that issues tokens, and it'll issue tokens on different networks like Ethereum, Solana, Tron, things like that.
The transactions that I guess get flagged, or whatever the term you used before, or more or less for like unsavory things that the government would be upset about, is that more or less the transactions that they're targeting?
Yeah. So if the government, hits up the guys who work at Tether and say, "Hey, these terrorists are funding this thing with this transaction, and there's their wallet, and these are their coins." Tether has all the capability in the world to be like, "Okay, block, delete, pause, freeze." They can do whatever they want, and they can do that on these other networks. That's not possible with Bitcoin. There's nobody who has unilateral control over the network. Nobody can pause a transaction. Nobody can freeze a transaction. Um, so without unpacking it further, which I'm happy to do, the primary difference is that Bitcoin is truly decentralized and uncensorable from that perspective. And even if somebody has a shitload of Bitcoin, that doesn't mean that they have any ability to censor the network.
That's cool. No, I try to, I mean, try to continually buy Bitcoin at a rate that I'm comfortable with, because is there a reason not to? I mean, it's probably best to diversify investments, whatever one is able to make, into different things to hedge your bets, because who knows, society can be flimsy. You never know what the future has in store. But is that essentially the thought, is just to continue to purchase Bitcoin because it's just going to continue to go up? How far is it going to go up eventually? Is it going to go to 1 million by 2030 or something like that?
Yeah, there's a bunch of different analysis on it, but I think it's a reasonable assessment to say Bitcoin could hit $1 million by 2032, 2035, like within 10 years, maybe less, somewhere between 7 and 10 years could hit $1 million. And then I think there are reasonable assessments, a further 10 years after that we get to the 10 million range, by the mid 2040s, somewhere between 10 and 15 million.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah.
What will what will 10 and 15 million dollars be worth then? That's another question, I suppose.
100%. No, good point. 50% less. So,
Right.
let's
But that could
say,
still be that's still a good investment though.
yeah, absolutely. Even if you get gnarly inflation, it would still, as the investment thesis goes, it should still outperform most other assets. It's the best money in the world. It's the best money that human beings have ever seen. It has all of the best properties of money, and there's no reason that, as long as the network can stay credibly decentralized and there's a hard cap of 21 million coins, that it won't continue to absorb the monetary premium of most assets on the planet, is the basic thesis.
Um I mean, just because I'm not necessarily doing it, it doesn't mean that the world isn't. But are people, more and more people, making basic day-to-day transactions using Bitcoin into Bitcoin? I mean, you can convert it, I guess, like to US dollars or whatever. But are more people just like, hey, I'm going to the store, let me use this card or this app or whatever to
No,
pay in Bitcoin? We're not there yet, or
no. There's kind of different phases of a technology as it monetizes, so to speak. And part of the first phase of that is that people have to use it as a savings vehicle before it's used as a transactional vehicle. So right now, the killer app of Bitcoin is a savings account, for lack of a more sophisticated way of saying it.
the killer is the fact that Bitcoin is not seen as a savings account is why it's not becoming a transactional
No,
thing?
no, that right now it is being used as a savings account, and so the more
Right.
people use it as their savings rather than spending, the more people that buy over time. Let's say, so right now the network's somewhere around $2 trillion. You get that up to 100 trillion, 50 trillion. Let's get it to gold parity. Call it 20 trillion. There's a lot more liquidity in that circumstance for people to start to use Bitcoin as a payments protocol. But even so, there are inherent limitations with Bitcoin from a transactions per second perspective. It's never going to be on chain used as I'm going to go buy a cup of coffee. There's just not that much bandwidth on the primary chain. So the real primary use of Bitcoin is to protect against debasement. It's a better version of gold. And this is kind of where Lightning comes in. Lightning is a layer 2 of Bitcoin, and there are other ones being developed right now. So we'll see who wins or what wins. But in the case of Lightning, you're basically using real Bitcoin. They're creating payment channels between one node and another node, and that allows you to send Bitcoin incredibly fast and incredibly cheap. So you can use Lightning to send fractions of a penny basically for free. very, very, very quickly. So people could use that. They could use that for payments. Um, we're going to start to see stable coins find their way onto Lightning. So Tether just announced that they're going to put stable coins on Lightning. So you could see people using that as a payments mechanism. So you could see, there's some wallets out there that basically have USDC on Lightning and Bitcoin as a savings wallet, and you can just swap back and forth between the two.
So you see some of it, but it's not going to be a widespread thing. It's not a widespread thing. People using crypto and Bitcoin for, regular transactions.
We will, but it's going to be stables for the payments. It's going to be stable coins, and Bitcoin will just be that long-term savings account that you don't tap into very frequently.
It's interesting that you grew up in a mining town, which you said was gold, the gold rush, and then you were making these derogatory like statements about, not derogatory, but you're like, Bitcoin's more stable. I was like offended thinking about like Ron Paul being a gold bug and gold, always talking up gold backed currency and gold, the gold standard is what the term I'm looking for. But you say Bitcoin is more, is it because it's just more, it's more secure ultimately, and there's more of it. Is
Well,
that
it's there's a couple
more
couple
access for
important
more people?
more access for more people. It's like gold that you can send over a communications network, right? Gold has inherent flaws. It's heavy. It's physical. It's not practical to carry it around. There's risk. Um, there are really 5 key qualities to money. Um, money should satisfy 5 things. You've got portability, scarcity, recognizability, fungibility, and divisibility.
And how do I, and the 6th category, how do I make a lot of it? And where do I find some? And how do I get more of it?
Right.
The
Right.
categories.
It's got to be recognizable, accessible. Everybody agrees it has value. Um, and gold, doesn't really satisfy the portability aspect of it. And it's just dangerous to roll around. You're not going to keep your savings account. You're not going to keep your savings in gold in a safe. Somebody could come and just rob it. So Bitcoin is safer. It's easier to move. It's more divisible. It's more global. It's more worldwide. And frankly, it's more secure. And the other key component is that we don't really know how much gold there is. Gold inflates at whatever it is, 2 or 3% a year. So after 50 years, you've lost a significant value just from the inflation of gold. And it's really hard to audit. Nobody knows, like, is there gold in Fort Knox? Like, who has all the gold? Like, we have no fucking idea.
Yeah,
You
what
can
happened
audit.
with that? Well, not to cut you off, but what happened with that? There's a lot of things that they just keep like they keep talking about, or they only talked about, but they didn't do.
Yep.
I'm,
Yep.
I'm
That kind of disappeared.
Trump was so fun for like, it was fun for like that first like few weeks. I'm watching like Fox News clips. I'm like, enjoying like what do you call it, dancing on graves or something like that of the other side. But now things seem to be not as good, not as
Yeah.
promising.
Well, we'll see. I mean, who knows? The rumors are that they're flying a shitload of gold back into the United States, so maybe they're replenishing the vaults.
Yeah. So quick, get the gold back in the safe. It really is like that type of thing going on. Reality could be that slapsticky where it's like, hurry up, do your homework, to do the, like, these people really do act this way and whatnot. I think is there like a story, and I always think of like these stories and these ideas about like just about your like journey. Do you ever think about that connection to come to like really think about growing up in a mining town that mined gold, and then like becoming like something about the idea of valuing monetary policy, like that always being sort of in the back of your, it's in your roots, is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
You're in the ground, in the mines. It's your roots is in the.
Yep. Yep. It could be. I mean, I really didn't know shit about anything financial or economic or monetary. I was very focused on acting and very focused on art, and really, really, man, negative respect for any of this until I was in my mid-20s. I started running my own businesses, and then really, Bitcoin is the thing that got me to do a significantly deeper dive into how all of this works, how the financial plumbing works, how the bonds work. how money is created, how it's destroyed. Bitcoin is a deep, deep, deep rabbit hole that touches on a lot of things. It touches on history, it touches on politics, it touches on philosophy. It's a crazy topic. So I really didn't, growing up in a mining town, man, I didn't know shit about any of this. But
It was
here
in
we
your
are.
subconscious. Gold is now worth $3,000 an ounce. Is that good? Is that high? Is that not a lot? Is that down?
Record high, man. We are at
Right.
record high for gold right now. It is
I want to start
blasting.
what's that?
It is a blasting.
Interesting. Yeah. So what do you? So yeah, we got to do both. You got to do a thing where like people could buy, like a mutual fund is a bunch of stocks, right? So why can't I buy gold and Bitcoin together? Can I give one money to something? They take their fee, I guess, and then they use that to purchase 50% Bitcoin and 50% physical gold for me. Does such a thing exist?
They could. There's no reason why they couldn't. I'm sure somebody's created an ETF that has some mix of gold and Bitcoin in it. Yeah, I haven't heard of one specifically, but there's no reason someone couldn't do that.
What does ETF stand for?
Exchange traded fund. So like when you go buy, for instance, gold is a good analogy, right? If I want to be able to get exposure to the price of gold, but I don't want to put a bunch of gold in my safe at my house, you can go onto your brokerage account and you can buy an ETF called GLD. And so what this company does, there's a few different ones, but that's the one with.
Can I go pick up my gold? Is it going to be there? Can I go get it?
Nope. This is the question, right? This is the problem with gold. We don't know who's got it, who really has it. We don't know how many claims against the real bars there are. That's not a problem in the Bitcoin world. You know exactly how many Bitcoins are out there and what wallets they're in. But basically, in an ETF, a company, and there are Bitcoin ETFs too, right? So, for example, with the gold ETF, I buy $1,000 or whatever of GLD in my brokerage account, and this company is responsible for having the amount of gold that relative to the paper issued that they're selling in the ETF, and that should be in a vault somewhere that they're guarding and protecting. So it just gives you an easy digital access to an asset. You can buy an ETF for real estate. You can buy ETFs for bonds. I mean, you can wrap anything in an ETF.
Interesting. Yeah. Well, how does this is maybe a strange question, but where does this passion, obviously making money and having more of it can be quite joyful, I imagine, but like, where does like the passion of this topic itself rank, so to speak, compared to your passion for sports or your passion for filmmaking or other things? Because I could just like the way you talk about it. Obviously, you're quite passionate and knowledgeable, obviously, about this.
I love movies. I love acting. I think that'll always be kind of the base level perspective that I have on the world. But there is just nothing more interesting happening on the planet right now than the Bitcoin story. Full stop. It is the most interesting thing going on the planet. 100%.
Well, do you ever get? I mean, because you can even. This is maybe more from the left. You get like, oh, what are you, some kind of like Bitcoin bro? What are you, crypto bro? Oh, this guy at the party is talking to me about crypto. Come get me, or like, do you get like that kind of vibe and reaction from people when you start going? Because I can be, we all can be nerds about certain things, and people are not ready for our autism autism fueled soliloquies about our passions.
100%. I mean, look, that just comes down to the delivery, right? You got to know your audience. You got to know the right time. You got to know how to inject that info, whether people actually give a shit about what you're talking about or they have the potential to give a shit about it or not. So you got to pick your targets. I'm pretty good at orange pilling people, but it takes time and you got to be patient, and it's fucking complicated. What's the quote? Bitcoin is everything you don't know about computers combined with everything you don't know about money.
What about, what were you going to say?
No, go ahead.
Oh, I was going to ask about Roger Ver. Are you familiar with his case at all? And because he's not a Bitcoin guy, but he's a crypto guy. But he's in trouble with they're trying to get his case dismissed or whatever, so he can come back to the U.S. because they accused him of tax evasions, but these laws didn't exist when he made his purchases and things like that. But so what are your thoughts on all this his case and his views or
I'm
whatever?
not I'm not super versed on Roger Ver. I've kind of consciously not delved into that because it's sort of irrelevant at the moment. But kind of what it comes down to, is my understanding is, um, Bitcoin went through this thing called the block size wars. What 2016, 15, 17, something like that. I could be wrong on the year. And the general argument then was, this gets a little bit nerdy, so apologize in advance. But
We're getting nerdy now. We haven't been already. No,
we're at another level.
no. I'm gonna go back and I'm gonna ask Grok to explain everything. But go on.
Grok will do it. He'll do a great job.
Yeah.
Basically, one of the things that one of the key components of Bitcoin is that it has limited block space, and so it is a program after all. It's a computer program, and so the block space, meaning the space available for transactions, which just translate down to data like bytes. The block space was created fairly limited. There were 4 megabyte blocks or whatever they were, and one of the big arguments early on, before all of these other networks popped up, before there were Solana and all of these other things that could do a lot of transactions very, very cheaply, was people wanted to increase the block size for Bitcoin to bring the transaction cost down and to allow for more transactions per block. And, the argument against that was that, if you create an infinite amount of block space, then the block has no value. And if the block has no value, then the network has no security because the miners aren't going to get paid. And the whole point of Bitcoin is that it is hyper secure. And so, like anything in economics, right? If you create a limitation, the value goes up. So, the Bitcoin, it forked at that. There's been a bunch of forks of Bitcoin, but it forked to Bitcoin Cash, which has a larger block size, and Bitcoin Cash against Bitcoin has gone basically to zero. So I think he was, kind of involved in that, and then he was an early Bitcoiner, but they hit him for tax evasion. He didn't claim, a bunch of income that he had, something like that, and he wrote this book, I guess, recently that, says essentially that Bitcoin had been co-opted by the CIA or whatever. And, so there's all these arguments about what is the true chain, which is the real Bitcoin. And like, I don't know, it doesn't really matter at this point. Bitcoin itself is the $2 trillion network and everything else lost. So
where does he prefer to like invest or spend his crypto? Where was his like investment? If it wasn't in Bitcoin, it was in something else, some other coin, or
I think he had a shitload of Bitcoin. He probably had a shitload of Bitcoin Cash after the network forked. He probably had a bunch of other stuff. He was a little bit of a VC, I think. I'm not a Roger Ver expert, so please don't take me to the bank on this. But I'm sure he had a bunch of other shit going on and a bunch of other coins, like a lot of those guys did back in the day.
Gotcha. Yeah. But even whether even though he's not a maximalist and is essentially the opposite in a lot of ways, but it seems like the Bitcoin community is still largely sympathetic to his case and supportive of his case. Is the vibe I get just from following a little bit from afar. I don't know.
Yeah, he's polarized it quite a bit. There's a lot of people who really don't like him. There's a lot of people who don't respect his methodology and would basically say he's he's lying and being disingenuous at best. But I don't know. I don't have a strong opinion on that. There's only so much info you can digest.
Yeah. I'll get him we'll try to get him out of jail anyway.
Yeah.
I don't know. Who do I trust more, him or the U.S. government? Like, who of those the two? That's a different debate. That would be a fun or an interesting debate, probably way over my head, but I could see there like being a need for one, like, a maximalist versus whatever, like someone like himself or people more in that camp. I know I'm connected to a few people that are, I guess, connected more to the Roger, like that sort of, I don't know. I like to hear, I guess, both sides of the story. I mean, the government's not even give you any sides of the story. Like, you get whatever side they want to tell you, and maybe the mainstream or the corporate or the left wing point of view. But we'll see. Yeah. It seems like libertarian minded people are the most open to crypto, Bitcoins, all these all these technologies in general, like the most forward. I get, obviously, I guess Trump has come around a little bit on that. Is that one of the positives? So I
Yeah,
guess so far.
yeah. I mean, I was in Nashville when Trump spoke at the conference. Frankly, Trump, he really doesn't he doesn't have a firm grasp of the technology. He doesn't really understand it at a high level. But at least he 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 understands it at a broad level, but he doesn't understand it at the minutia. And he's really, really, you know, the crypto people and the Bitcoiners gave Trump, I think, more money than any other group combined. So he really had to pander to that base. They were a big part of his constituency, and Bitcoiners and crypto people are going to be a huge political force probably for the next 50 years. So he was smart to pay attention to that. He has people around him that understand the tech. The legislation and the EOs that he's put out thus far are correct, in my opinion. That it is not a strategic crypto reserve, it's a strategic Bitcoin reserve. That was the right decision. He himself, like I said, I don't think he understands it too much, but a lot of the people around him have a deep understanding of it. RFK's speech in Nashville was incredible. You
I
can
think I
go check it
watched that
out.
or some of that. Yeah, I remember.
Yeah.
I remember when this conference happened. It was, and people recognized that it was a big deal.
Yeah.
For
And
sure.
and RFK really, I mean, he really understands it. He understands it at a deep level. I was very impressed with his speech.
This is one aspect of the administration, one niche part of the voter base of the people that voted from that he has not turned his back on so far. Is would you say is the crypto Bitcoin community? Just about every aspect of the things that you were voting for, may not have not exactly happening perhaps in the way. I mean, there's opposition, I guess, to some of these cutting, trying to cut things, and with Doge and all these stuff, they are facing like some obstacles that are out of their control. But I don't know. There seem to be caving on a lot of different things, war, budget, and this and that, and
Yeah.
whatever.
I
Just
mean,
enjoy the ride. You got to work on IndeeHub. I got to work on my own shit. We got to focus on what we can control. But it is interesting, I guess, to follow
yeah.
what what's going on in the world.
Yeah, 100%. I've been incredibly shocked, frankly, at how much Trump has delivered on, as far as what he said he was going to do, particularly with regards to crypto and Bitcoin.
Yeah.
Um,
Take the
so
wins. Gotta take the wins and celebrate the wins. And like, as someone like myself, and you seem to be probably at least in the ballpark of someone who's not a straight ideologue on hard left or hard right, like, someone who can look at each issue and be like, oh, I like that this aspect of what the administration is doing. I don't like this aspect, That's how
yeah,
normal human, and that's how actually I think most people actually operate.
yeah,
The corporate media doesn't want to accept this or believe this is the case, but most people, like Chris Rock said, I'm liberal on some shit and I'm conservative on other things. No.
yeah, yeah. I mean, you have to try to take some principled approach. Otherwise, you're just going to be floating with the wind. And you have to be able to look at things. You know, being objective is incredibly hard this day and age, but you have to look at things from some principled perspective and say, I believe that this is a way to be, or this is a way to do things. And, politicians pander, talk is cheap. And, if they're behaving in accordance with a particular set of principles, then, I'm all for it. I mean, look at half the people in Trump's circle. They were all Democrats.
Right.
There's, um, I guess I put it this way, like a lot of the stuff that they're doing right now, particularly RFK, like this was like basic Democrat 20 years ago. Like let's get poison out of baby food, like this is not like an ultra right wing Nazi propaganda here, guys.
No, yeah, it's they don't realize that it's the same thing as the like they try and, oh, we got to find Joe Rogan, but Joe Rogan is really the same person
Yeah.
essentially. He's always been. It's the world and you guys that has
Yeah.
shifted around.
Yeah. They go, the left needs to find a Joe Rogan. Like, what the fuck? Joe Rogan was the left.
It is funny that they also were trying. I mean, you can see that they were pushing like Bill Burr, who's become like, sort of insufferable with his politics as like the next Joe Rogan. And then I didn't even, I guess, realize this, but I think his podcast has been going on longer than, I don't know if he still does it, but I think he started before Joe Rogan.
Wow.
So it's like, I think he would have been big already, but I guess there's a difference between like what, he's like a Hollywood guy now, I guess, for the most part. Bill Burr and whatnot, and has acted in big roles and working on big more mainstream projects in that regard. Like Joe Rogan's domain is like talking politics and conspiracy theories and being in the podcast world and having these long form conversations for hours. I don't know if Bill Burr's podcast or his show was ever like 3 hours. Like, bad ideas, it's hard to talk. How do you talk about bad ideas for that long a time? That's what I wonder about. Like if you're like there, you know what I mean? Like you talk about principles. If you don't have any principles, how can you actually have a conversation about something for that long? It's all fluff. It's like it's frustrating to listen to. It's like torturous.
Yeah, it's just straight up propaganda. It's just nonsense. I mean, that's the thing, right? If you're seeking the truth is just eternal. The truth is just there. Doesn't really give a flying fuck about what your opinion is. It doesn't care how you think about it. It's just there waiting for you to recognize it or not. And when you do, it becomes this thing that you can infinitely unpack and push against and, pull and it gets more complex and more deep and more truthful the deeper you get. And yeah, dude, like you can talk about, it's like a great movie, they get better with time. They get better the more times you watch it. It's more truthful, it's more profound, it's more deep. And all the fluff bullshit just fades away with time because it isn't true and it isn't eternal. You know what I mean?
That's interesting. And there's like, I'm going to say something maybe deep, but there's like beauty and truth in the same way, or as there's like beauty in like art. Like I think about like playing guitar and how I'm going to be able to do this for like the rest of my life, and I can learn an infinite amount of things. Like I'm never going to become like a virtuoso, but I can just learn more chords, I can learn more songs, I could get better at things that I've already been working on, in the same way that you talked about the truth as something that you can dig deeper and deeper on. Is that what we're here?
Yeah, I mean it's infinite. It's just you can't, there's no end to it, and it's consistent and it's eternal. It's not fleeting. It doesn't change because you want it to be something different or because you think it's something different. You have to just accept that it is.
That's how I feel, and I don't think people. That's why I reject the term "my truth," because I think the truth is not something that is subjective. I think it is objective. I think
Yes.
what's subjective is maybe reality, because reality is more like, is that like that's how we're interpreting our environment? Is that the definition? That maybe that can be a definition of reality, and everyone can interpret environment in different ways, but truth is just truth.
Oh, I think you muted yourself.
But there could be your weird reality, even if like people even if truth is there's one truth.
100%. I think you switched your mic too.
Oh shit! Thank you. Yeah, I banged on the table. What happened? I was getting
There
excited.
we go. No, that's
Yeah, go
exactly
on.
right. And I agree. Like I break it down a little simple, because I empathize with people who say my truth, but they don't really mean that, they're not the source of truth. They're having an experience of the truth, and everybody's experience of the truth or what's happened or is happening is unique. Of course, that's unique, and people are entitled to that, and they should explore that and figure out a way to unpack that. Your experience of what is happening is different than my experience of what is happening, but the truth itself is unyielding, eternal, and not subjective.
Yeah,
Otherwise, it's not the truth.
but not everyone believes that. They should though.
No, they don't. I mean, this is really, I think this is the crux of the struggle of our time, is that there are, basically subjectivists, essentially people, moral relativism, things like that. And ultimately, it's a dead end. It's a bad place to be. Human beings don't have the capability or the authority to dictate the terms of the truth, and we all do the best possible when we submit to the truth. The example that I always give is, with regards to the truth, you have three options. You can deny that it exists, you can accept it, or you can submit to it. And if
What's the
we,
difference between accepting and submitting?
so the difference between accepting and submitting, let's use gravity as an example, right? I can deny that gravity exists, in which case I'm going to die very quickly. I will be out, gone. Gravity doesn't care what I think about it or whether I believe in it or
Oh
not.
yeah, if I test that, I could die.
Right. Gravity doesn't exist. Okay, go walk off that building, bro. Have a good time. You can accept that gravity exists, in which case I'm probably not going to walk off the building. Like I accept that there's this thing, but I'm not really going to go too far past that. I'll avoid high places. I'll generally do things that are not that dangerous with regards to gravity. But submitting to gravity is what allows us to leave orbit. The irony is that we get to, I don't want to say negotiate with it, but we get to beat it if we submit to it. Submitting to gravity is becoming obsessed with the rules of gravity, such that we can,
Understanding. It comes from
correct,
an understanding.
correct, and then we can build a rocket based on gravity that can leave orbit. And
so understand the truth.
Yeah, to fully submit to it.
Oh yeah, I was just I was just thought like, oh, it be that way, so whatever. Like, but it can't. That's not necessarily enough. It's got to be like it be that way, but why? And how can that help me and the world and the universe become a better, more better place? How can I up the world score and or whatever, so to speak.
Exactly. So accepting something, okay, fine, but I'm not going to delve much further into it. But submitting yourself to something is to say, I'm going to become a master of this particular domain, whatever it may be.
Understand why do I feel so cringe right now about XYZ is more important than even just accepting that some bad shit just happened. I'm not stuck on the denial aspect.
Yeah. Why is this cringe? Let's explore it. Let's figure it out.
Yeah, that's always fun. What else should we cover or talk about or discuss? I appreciate everyone hanging in the chat. We got Dano and Michael and goodnight, Mr. Thompson and Courtney and JC.
I don't know. What are people in the chat? What do you guys want to talk about?
Yeah, they want to. Do you have any questions about Bitcoin? Bitcoin mostly maximalist. If you had to put a percentage on how maximalized, if 100 out of 100 is you're full, you're in the high 90s. Are you not?
Yeah, I would say. Again, there's different flavors of maximalism, and I'm not of the opinion that there aren't going to be other blockchains and that there aren't other useful techs for certain things. But with respect to money, and the profound implications of having a perfect money, there is nothing else. There's nothing else that's even ever going to come close, and so we can just forget about it.
Yeah, I'll keep buying it, and then it's going to go out. Are we all going to get rich?
Bitcoin is more of a don't get poor scheme rather than a get rich quick scheme.
That's a healthy attitude, because it's like a moderate your expectations kind of thing too.
Yep. What do we got? JC's asking about Monero.
Oh, what does he think about Monero and Pirate Chain?
I don't know anything about Pirate Chain. I'd have to look into that. The last time I did a deep dive on Monero, the problem with Monero is that because it's so private, you can't really audit the chain. My understanding is that you can't actually get a full audit of it. So there's some element of transparency that's required if you're going to have a truly finite supply asset, which is that you have to be able to audit it all of the time, and everyone or anyone on the planet could do it at any given time.
Is Monero the combination of dinero and money?
It's a good question. I don't know the origin of the name. Maybe.
I'll ask AI. Let's see here.
Michael Coulter.
Monero is from coin, suffix arrow. I think it basically is. I mean, both of those words come from earlier. That sounds right. Is it dinero plus money? I should have put those in quotes. No, the name Monero isn't a direct combination of dinero, Spanish for money, and money. No, are you sure?
You're an idiot.
But I want it to be.
Michael Coulter wants to know, getting into the voice acting business, should you go online or do classes? Both, man. If you're trying to do anything, do everything that you possibly can within that domain. Don't let anything get in the way. Definitely do classes, man. Classes speed up the process. There are people who know more than you,
You
and
meet people.
they can impart that knowledge on you very, very quickly. You save time, and you want relationships. But there's no reason you shouldn't go online as well and try to get as much info as you can. So do everything and anything you can.
That's what I was gonna say. It's terrible. You have to do everything and anything to find work and creative fields and get your projects off the ground. That sounds like sound advice. It's tough medicine in some ways, but there is no formula. Like have been having conversations here. It's like you didn't foresee that you're like the industry shifted, this shifted, acting business going there, but film's going here, cryptocurrency and how people look at money and monetary world keeps shifting. This world's
Yeah.
nuts. Every day is just like I feel like we got here's another one of these. Usually,
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not complaining. It's good to be alive.
No,
I think.
we're going through some of the greatest change in all of human history, and it's happening very rapidly. So you got to just be really good at reacting. You got to be much better at surfing, and you got to just play moments as they happen.
I can't tell if I'm getting older into my 40s or whatever, and like time is just like getting fat. The days are going by faster, the years are going by faster, or is it like what you kind of were talking about, like technology and like just like the actual world itself is like things are just happen fast. It's both, I guess. I'm
So
old. The world's getting faster, and I'm getting older. Two things could be true.
I think they're both true. I think if you look at time from like an entropic perspective, which is just entropy is that things are getting more disorderly, not less, and they can't become a more orderly. That's the rule of the universe. Energy flows one way basically. In that case, as things in our reality and things in our world become more disorderly, they feel like they're speeding up because in some sense they are. That is time speeding up as things get more disorderly. And maybe there'll come a time, hopefully in the not too distant future, where things slow down a little bit and they become more orderly and things feel like they take longer. That would be nice. But that's kind of how I look at it.
Is time travel real or no?
Man, I struggle with that. I don't know how you could go back to a less order to a more orderly state. I don't know how you could generate that much energy, but fuck, that's way over my pay grade. I'm too dumb to understand that.
Yeah.
Good night, Mr. Goodnight wants to know what I think of USDC.
Where do you're on top? Oh, you're better at this.
I'm on the comments. I'm just
you're better. No, I'm having side conversations and I'm multitasking, but I'm sorry, Mr. Goodnight, Mr. Thompson.
No, so what USDC? I mean, what do I think about it? I mean, it's a stable coin, there's a company behind it. They're going to do their job. It's going to be a censored, network. Same thing as Tether. Right now, it doesn't look like it has the same level of liquidity at all as Tether, but I mean, it's a stable coin, and the U.S. government's pretty clear that they are going to get some legislation going here, and I think that stable coins are going to be a massive part of the world going forward. That's how they're going to propagate the dollar throughout the rest of the world. So, I mean, I think, it'll go up, not in price, but in terms of, market cap. I don't know if that answers the question or if he had more specific ones, but.
Cool. Well, I appreciate it. I don't know how late you wanted to go. I'm not chasing you away, but I definitely have appreciated. We've been going for an hour plus at the moment. Anyone else got anything in the chat that we should discuss?
I'm good. I got a few more minutes, so you can keep spitting them out.
Sweet. Well, what's coming down the pike in the horizon, either with IndeeHub or other creative ventures? Are you pursuing any filmmaking ventures, productions, acting, directing, whatever?
No, nothing like that. My whole focus is on IndeeHub, so we're going to be very focused on getting as many movies onto that platform as we can here in the short term. Highly encourage anybody who likes watching indie movies to go check it out, to go sign up. You can reach out to me directly. I'll get you a discount code. and participate in a new structure for the industry. But we're just going to be, head down, very focused, trying to get as many projects on there as we can, particularly good ones.
Nice. Very, very exciting stuff ahead. Yeah, I think we can wrap it here. I don't have anything else to share at the moment. It's been cool chatting. I appreciate everyone in the chat for sure. I want to work on. I'm talking about working on an animated series where a bunch of hello. The chat is still asking questions. This is a troll, but I'll feed the troll. Adam is ignoring you, Tony. What questions? What did I miss?
The troll is hungry.
What questions did I miss? I missed a few, so I will. These are not real. Some of these are not for you or related to. Some of them are for me directly. Yes, it does answer my question. My only concern with crypto is the misuse of it to introduce a potential social global credit score and get rid of physical money. But that's kind of what I was kind of getting at earlier.
Yeah, I mean that risk is real, and it's deeply concerning, and it should be something we're all very concerned about. A little bit of the technical side of things. So Bitcoin being very different than any of these other things is different than a stable coin, is different than any of these networks in the sense that you cannot censor it, you cannot stop it, you can't stop anybody from mining it, you can't stop anybody from using the network. That's not true on any of these other networks. But the difference between a full-blown CBDC and what we're looking at right now with stablecoins, there is a pretty significant structural difference. And that difference comes down to how money is actually created and how our system currently works. So right now, commercial banks, retail banks are the ones who are really doing the money creation through lending. And the Fed doesn't have, in other words, your bank account isn't directly with the Federal Reserve. Your bank account is with Wells Fargo or Citi or whatever. And those banks control their ledgers. A full-blown CBDC would actually, the implications of that would actually be that commercial banking and retail banks would be gone. They would have no purpose anymore as far as keepers of the ledger. And so we're not really looking at a full-blown CBDC anytime soon. Jerome Powell has said as much. They're not looking into it. They're not working on doing it. And so they're kind of going for this interesting middle ground where you're going to have banks essentially issue these tokens on the networks, and they're going to have to back those deposits by buying treasuries. But that's not really the full-blown dystopian CBDC vision that we're all worried about, and rightfully so, should be worried about it. If we all truly have our bank accounts with the Federal Reserve, then the Federal Reserve has the ability to issue credit or block transactions based on whatever their purview is. But right now, there's still banks in between. There's retail banks in between us and the Federal Reserve, and those banks have an incentive to try to provide us those accounting services or loans because it's how they make money. So it's not really even in the bank's best interest to have a full-blown, Federal Reserve issued CBDC. So it's kind of it's not great. Bitcoin is the only thing that is uncensorable. But as far as stable coins go, it's kind of this like middle of the road, not great, not terrible, kind of weird reality we live in. But if you're really worried about the government, you're worried about censorship, then Bitcoin is your play.
I think that's cool. I'm trying to figure out what the people are even talking about. They want the chat. I think the chat wants to hear, because you said you've done some voiceover work.
Not really.
They want to hear some different voices. I'm putting you on the spot. That link isn't your voices. I thought they were someone was asking about IndeeHub. and then everyone else was asking about voices.
Yeah, no, I'm not a voice actor. I don't do a bunch of crazy voices.
Yeah,
pretty much just work with this one. Sorry to disappoint.
Yeah, that's okay. That's okay. JC, he says, JC says OMG to everything. Everyone's got their own,
They got
their
their
own voice,
jam.
so to speak. When do we get to end the Federal Reserve? When do we get to do that? When
Oh
do we
man,
get to?
couldn't come soon enough, in my opinion.
It's never happening. I thought we would get better things than we're getting. I like we talked about, we got getting some things with this Trump administration or whatever, but I didn't think we were ending income tax or ending the Fed or any like major paradigm. No paradigm shifting things have happened. Or I guess maybe some of the Bitcoin things can be paradigm shifting or part of a paradigm.
It's definitely part of a paradigm shift, but I think that stuff's going to take many, many, many years to play out, decades. I don't see the Federal Reserve being ended anytime soon, but I could be wrong. No, IndeeHub was not banned in Texas.
Yeah,
I think
that's Pornhub he's thinking of. I'm pretty sure. Or maybe that's just what I'm thinking of. Anyway, that aside.
Any Texans in here? Go to Pornhub.com. Let us know if
Yeah.
it works.
Yeah, who's in Texas? What does it say? Does it scold you if you go there? It should have like a finger waving something pulled up. At least, I don't know. If we can get tariffs to take place of federal income tax, would be a great accomplishment. I mean, I don't know that I guess so. I guess ultimately a consumer tax of sorts or whatever, or a different sort of tax.
Yeah,
maybe we'll jackbox some other time. Forest Mommy. Forest Mommy's funny. I like her. I like Zack Skiggle said this is Tony. There goes the neighborhood.
Oh, thanks, bro. Appreciate you.
He means that in a totally heterosexual, non-homosexual way. No. Or not. I don't know. Yeah, we can confirm that.
No homo or yes homo.
Yeah.
Time will tell.
Yeah. Either way, it's coming from a genuine place. I do know that for sure. I do like the giggle too, so we'll say that. Good work. Look at this guy. Oh, no, that's not what I meant to say, but if you have private taxes, you don't own anything. Yeah.
I mean, we didn't
that's kind of dark.
Income tax until the fucking Federal Reserve anyway, so
I think there seems to be more talk of like property tax, like anti-property tax movement. Speaking of Forest Mommy in the chat, she's mentioned she talks about property tax being not a moral. Is it immoral? Is there an immoral aspect? What is the specific immoral? I don't know. I mean, it definitely is, but it hurts old people.
I mean, I think so. You're basically being, it's sort of an involuntary, forced. It's coercive, right? If it's coercive, then in some sense it's immoral.
Yeah, I'm laughing at the chat. Y'all are funny. Cool. What else should we discuss? I'll ask. Have you ever play Jackbox party games? Are you familiar with those?
No,
you don't. Some other time we'll play. How about that? But basically, it's a game where it's an interactive party game where there's a screen where everybody can watch like the game, and it's like kind of like trivia and different games you can play, and you answer with your phone or a different web browser, and it's fun. And I don't know, it's better than a board game because you don't need to like set up the pieces and whatnot. And most of these games are like I don't want to play any game where it takes 35 minutes to learn the instructions. Like if you learn if it takes too long to learn how to play the game, I don't want to waste all this time and brain energy to just learn some game I'm never going to play it anyway. It's like a waste of time. That's why I kind of like never played video games much past like Nintendo Entertainment System. I'm like, all right, this is too complicated to learn. Too many buttons, too many rules, too many accesses to navigate. Like, I don't want to spend all the time it takes to get good. I'm not anti-video game, but it passed me.
Yeah, it's gotten out of control. I was playing the Tiger Woods game the other day, and like in the fucking game, they have like you're like fake texting your agent for your golf career. I'm like, I don't fucking play a video game to like fake text to fuck. What the fuck is going on? Jesus Christ, these people are insane.
Courtney got traumatized last week from Jackbox, which is not a good sales pitch to play it, but that was an exception to the rule. I apologize for any traumatizations that happened. You're not traumatized this week, though. Have I traumatized you, or has this been a traumatizing experience?
No trauma here. All good so far.
So far so good. Usually I'm the one who leaves the episode. I leave every week feeling inspired and traumatized. The Traumatized Vibes Lounge. I'll change the name. Maybe I'll do like a Tuesday show. Every day will be some other emotion. The inspired, the feeling down vibes lounge.
Yeah, just get super drunk and then just do like a live journal entry.
Yeah, that's what this is going to become ultimately, I think, because I would like to stream more often and whatnot. Often, how you say that? Let Tony flirt with Zack.
Hey, girl.
Hey, girl. Yeah, no, yeah, no, yeah. Anyway, tell Zack what I just said. I missed something. What did he say? I can picture Zack smiling, kneeling down, hugging a golden retriever.
Then
Oh
you need
boy.
to get me on a fucking dog food commercial, bro.
Oh yeah,
Let's get
yeah.
this going. Let's get me paid, man.
I do meet actors, and because living in LA, that kind of have that, not attitude, but that sort of, they're at that point in their life. It's like, yeah, I'll act for friends project, something fun. You offer me a gig, but I'm not like out there hustling for auditions. That's not, I'm putting my focus out there. Comedians are that way too. The comedian friends, they'll focus on just comedy, but like if something comes along that makes sense, but like to go on auditions can be quite demoralizing. Was it demoralizing? Like it sounded like you were doing quite well and things went pretty well early in your acting career. Did you? Well, you said, you did say you kind of went on auditions that did become demoralizing. What's an example of a stupid role that that you felt like, I didn't come here to do this?
It wasn't like one in particular, it just became the amount of them. So what happened in 2008 is, the economy collapsed and the industry went through a strike, same thing that's going on now. And YouTube came out. And so, back in the day, there was like a ladder. There was kind of a clear ladder, a progression in your career as an actor. You started out, maybe do some commercials, and then you do some co-stars on TV, and then maybe you get a guest star or two, and then hey, maybe you booked a show, that'd be huge, or then you kind of go into the indie world, you start doing indie movies, and then maybe you get to some feature films, and there was kind of a clear ladder. And in 2008, everything started going backwards. So all the famous stars in movies started going down to TV. All the TV
Right.
people
Yeah, I was
started
thinking
going
about
down
this
to
the other day.
commercials. Yeah. So, and but what happened was all of a sudden technology made it really, really, really affordable to start making movies. And so everybody, you know, this pile of shit at the bottom just grew massively. There was no pay. The writing was terrible. Most of the productions didn't even happen. There was no way anything was going to get bought. And so, you do that for like years on end, and you're just like, what is the point of this? I got no juice for this anymore. Especially the writing. The writing has suffered the most, in my opinion, over the last 15 years. Scripts have just gotten absolutely atrocious. Writing as a craft has really, really gone downhill. I hope we can see that improve here in the next.
I'm
50
trying.
years.
I'm working on stuff. And
Let's
I got
go.
my writers group yells at me when they send me back into the lab. No, that's not good enough. And then I'm like, no, but it is, and you're wrong. And then like hours later, I'm like, oh, you're right. You guys are when there's consensus feedback for something, there's something to that. The public is not entirely dumb. I don't know.
No, people have good taste. I mean, think about it, right? Like, think about how many movies you've watched over your life, how many TV shows you've watched over your life. You can tell when something is good or something is bad.
Rotten Tomatoes, like, it's not a perfect metric, but if you look at the like the critics versus the audience, like the audience is generally right, and like and whatnot, and like if it says like 99 audience, there's something to that. Like even if it's not a genre of a film you like or subject matter you're not super interested in, there's probably value in the film, or you can probably see yourself,
Yeah.
why people are into it.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, think about it. Most people have watched thousands and thousands of hours of movies and TV shows. Like they're expert show and movie watchers. Like they know what they're looking at. Maybe they can't go make one themselves. They know the ins and outs of the industry or whatever, but that doesn't mean that, they're idiots. You got to trust the response for sure.
Yeah. What a wild journey it's been in LA. What part of town? You don't have to dox yourself, but what part of town do you live in?
I'm in the Valley.
You're in the valley, as am I. Are we neighbors? Can you hear me right now?
Yeah, Adam.
I do like living in the valley versus other parts of town. I don't know. The parking
Yeah,
is better. There's just more parking. I think that's ultimately what it comes down to.
100%. I mean, over the hill has really gotten crazy over the last few years. I mean, West Hollywood, Hollywood are just absolute shitholes at this point. A lot of the good neighborhoods in LA have kind of started to fall. But there's little gems, I, Santa Monica. Get into the political discussion about
Yeah,
crime.
we know. The politics are the politics, and the pros are the pros, and the cons are the cons. The chat wants us to keep going. They're not letting us leave.
It's not happening. They're not
You-
calling it quits yet.
I think hostages are. Sometimes I do not totally feel in control, but maybe that's not a horrible thing, you know?
Well, the reality is none of us are. So you just got to roll with it.
Yeah, there is something to that. The hostage vibes lounge.
Yeah. You should have get your audience on here and give them like a 5-shot minimum and see what they do.
What's that?
Force your audience to drink heavily.
Oh yeah,
Or your,
yeah. No, I appreciate that there is any audience. Believe me. I can't keep up with all this. We can listen to all the voices in my head. Jackbox. Do we really want to try Jackbox? It is kind of a fun game.
I
We,
might,
we
I might have to come back for Jackbox. I probably got to roll here.
Yeah, no,
Adam.
no problem. I can hang out with the audience for a minute, and I could talk to them. We could have a heart to heart, I suppose, or not, preferably not.
Let's keep it real. Spit the truth.
What's the sarcastic version of a heart to heart? You can't be sarcastic during a heart to heart, or can you?
No, definitely not. You'd be rising above. Bad acting, bad performance there. That don't
There's
work.
no sarcasm during a. But what if like that's how people communicate? But even in the movie, if it's like the two sarcastic girls and they're like, they finally like, or whatever, some people seeing eye to eye who were at odds at the end, they wouldn't be sarcastic at the end because they've been sarcastic to each other the whole time. So they're breaking the subtext
Yeah.
at the end.
Yeah. It would have to be just an incredible delivery, incredible performance. You'd have to layer underneath the sarcasm, deep, deep pain, generally speaking. And you'd have to let that out in the performance. So the line becomes less sarcasm and the actual emotion coming through it is the truth. So you could have a good line in there from a writing perspective, but from a behavioral perspective, it's got to be some genuine emotion under there.
Yeah, interesting. I'm learning about what it is to be human every day. part of the journey. I'll let you go though. I appreciate it.
Absolutely. No, this has been a lot of fun. Thanks to the audience in the chat. Hope you guys had a good night.
Oh, thank you. Tell people where they can follow you, IndeeHub, whatever you want to plug, promote.
Yeah, 100%. We're got a little account, very small, on Instagram at IndeeHub, INDEE Hub, Twitter, X, whatever, at IndeeHub, and the website is IndeeHub, INDEE Hub.studio. Go check it out.
Sweet. Well, thank you so much. I appreciate the stories and hearing more about your journey and we gotta hang out. We gotta hang out. So it's been a minute since IRL.
Yeah, let's get it going. We'll get you over to one of the Bitcoiner meetups. We got one in Glendale.
Yeah, that sounds good. There's alcohol there.
Yeah, 100%. It's a good group. It's a good group, people.
Yeah, you guys are all nerds. It's fun. No, I appreciate it. Talk soon, man. Be safe.
Sounds good. You guys have a good one.
You got a peace.
Like.
Sweet. What's up, y'all? So I was thinking we could, if y'all want me, what's my go-to cocktail? I don't really drink cocktails, but I've been like this Trader Joe's Irish whiskey. I still have. That's what I was drinking on St. Patrick's Day and on what's the other holiday? The last week's podcast, the other holiday. I don't know. And I do like vodka cranberries. Before mine was drinking those recently. If I was to drink a vodka drink, it would be with cranberry. It's just sweet, goes down easy. I like that. Simple, smooth. It tastes strong the first sip, and then after that, it's like just whatever. Vodka martini, shaken, not stirred. I want to get martini glasses in my house just to class it up and just drink anything and everything out of, and eventually break them all, of course. But that would be fun to have martini glasses. I was thinking about that. recently. But I thought we could discuss an idea for an animated, which I thought maybe a series would be good, but maybe we can make a feature, right? A feature film that's okay, here's my idea. A feature film that's part animated and part podcasts stream. So it's like us in different streams or streaming. I'm not sure exactly how this would work or be integrated, but it could be like, our general circle of people, Forest Mommy universe. Forest Mommy could be the no one in the chat has ever made animated stuff before. Yeah, I know. We don't know anything, but we could write something and then figure out how to make it or get it made. But I'm thinking of integrating like the whole streaming live action conversation with voiceover animated stuff. And then we don't have to like be in person. Like, yeah, oh yeah, Tony does stuff. That's right. Yeah, Tony, let's do that. Tony, send me something. I'll pull up Tony's animation. There goes the neighborhood. And did voices. I don't know anything about this guy. Well, I tried to get to know him. I tried for 15 or 20 minutes. There Goes the Neighborhood is a Sheryl Crow song that comes up. I do it all. You do it all. Well, I originally what I was thinking is to doing a live action movie with Tony, like in like a Borat style, Alex Stein kind of vibe, where it's like part out, like you wouldn't let down your wall. Is this what was going on? Is that what was happening? Jack of all trades, master of absolute debauchery. No, I'm not. That would be fun, but that was a thought. Like we could make a Borat style Alex Stein, Beavis and Butthead road trip type movie. My name next to Borat, and let's do it. Just never mention my name next to Borat's. It's not a comparison or a better or worse. It's just I'm giving a sort of ballpark reference. Tony gave us a heartfelt monologue. Were you not listening, Adam? Probably not. No, when? I don't know. There's a lot of THC. It's higher than it was in 1999. The concentration. I appreciate Tony. Tony's cool. Tony's nice to me, and he didn't die in that car accident. So that's fun. No, I was gonna pull up something. Let's see. 9/11 is gay. It was literally on your stream. Oh man, I'm getting yelled at. All caps, 3 exclamation points. This doesn't get us any closer to Jackbox. Is there really? Do you guys really want to play Jackbox? I think this is part of my trauma, the inspired the trauma vibes lounge. We've all been traumatized. I think we've all been traumatized, and we've all been traumatized recently a little bit in our own ways. It's like a family. You guys are great. We all trauma. That's why I want to that's why I think there's something in this idea about a story about what would our goal be. There could be some other thing. Aliens try to. We're streamers. And then someone tries to invade us and destroy something, and then we have to fight it in this like animated world. We have to fight it in the Matrix. It's like a shit posting Matrix world, or I'm thinking out loud. What do you guys want to do? Talk about Tony? Do you want to play Jackbox, or do you want to come up with an idea for an animated film, part animated, part live action film about streamers saving the world against NGOs? That's not a bad idea. NGOs hack StreamYard, and we get sucked with some supernatural thing. We get sucked into an animated world and have to fight NGOs in an animated world to get out of there. I'll brainstorm with the AIs later. How do I have a 3-way with ChatGPT and Grok, so they can both give me real-time feedback with each other? Jackbox and Tony related answers only. Let's simp for Tony. Do we have to? No, I like Tony. Somewhere between liking and simping is probably like a good place. That's where I want to live. We get sucked into Jackbox. We get sucked into Jackbox games. Okay. We're animated and we're in Jackbox games. Maybe I don't think we could use the Jackbox brand, but we could get sucked into a gaming world. I was gonna write down notes, but I don't have to write down notes because this is a live stream. It will be saved on the internet. So I don't necessarily need to write down notes right now. Have to play the game to escape. Of course, he doesn't want to do what I want to do. What does he want to do? Let's simp for Tony. Oh. We're all free to simp for Tony. I'm not stopping the simping for Tony. It doesn't have to be the only thing we do right now. Adam's gonna write an outline right now. No, that would be cool. Then you guys can just be in your houses and just record. Be like, I'll send you the script and you could give me your voices to do whatever, and then we'll get on live streams to if that's a script too. Could we act on? But we'll be playing versions of ourselves. So how hard could it be to act? We're all performers to some degree, and some of us more so than others, and have backgrounds. Who's done theater? Daniel Romano. Yeah, Forest Mommy, you have a great, unique voice, a cool voice. You all do. We want to hear Zack's voices. I guess he didn't really do too many voices like that. He wasn't a voice actor like that. He's not Robin Williams or whatever. Do what Courtney wants. That's simping for Tony. That's cool. Yeah, I'm not sure how this would play out exactly, this type of story, but that's a good thought though. We're on a stream. We're playing Jackbox. We get sucked in, and then we have to escape, essentially, and fight. We have to fight NGOs. NGOs hack into Jackbox, and we have to fight the NGOs to get out of Jackbox. They obviously use the government for the government for their will or whatever. So that's got to be an aspect. I'll make sure the NGOs are true to in the spirit of how shitty they are in real life. Forest Mommy will be my official NGO researching specialist and also voice of herself. Well, I guess it has to be, even ensembles have a main character to some degree, but it could be a pretty even ensemble. Like, I don't know. Sometimes ensemble movies you could lose like interest in the characters. I become detached from certain ensemble films if it's too many characters. You become less invested. But I think this will work, and I think also what will make it more what's the word? Like better, like more likely to be able to be a project or a film that people can get emotionally invested in is because we'll be live action also. So we're going to be like real people. So the fact that we can be interacting on streams and whatnot as ourselves, that will hook in the audience, because these are like real people, and then we're going to be voicing ourselves in the animated version. Tony, can you make it? Can you make the animation can you make all us animated? Don't put a yarmulke on me. Anyway, so social fights themselves. Yes, NGO versus NGO. We should make NGOs to fight NGOs. Okay, like fighting from within kind of thing. Like in order to defeat the NGO, you have to like form your own, and then like it's like they have to become the head of the department to take down the department, or become like that. That's the type of thought, and that could be part of the plot. Infiltrating the existing NGO undercover, that could be something too. Lol, you'll be so Jewy. Yeah, I know. That's why I can't trust. I like Tony. I'll simp for him, but I don't trust him in that. No, I don't know. We'll work it out. No, it would be a fun project. There would be a lot of there would be, Farce Mommy, I know you're into wrestling now. Obviously, you're going to WrestleMania, if not the event, but the weekend in Vegas. But do you know the term rib? Rib, like prank. I know that's I'm sure it's a term used outside of wrestling, but that is what they call like pranking each other in wrestling, is like rib, and like that there's some ribbing. Michael, I'm obsessed with Tony. No one else can woo me. I don't show the comments in order or always in context. I'm tasking. Oh, I thought Forest Mine was doing the wrestling. Oh, it's on the table. It's possible. It's playing by ear. She's playing the actual Mania. WrestleMania is also 2 days, isn't it? There's 2 days of events. So I guess you could go to one and not the other. I don't know exactly how it works. Courtney Brooke, what does it say? Courtney Brooks, see, well, there goes the story of life. You ever see like that when there's like a billion people in the chats and you can't even like keep up with it? Like, whoever has like fucking who like when the president's doing a speech or some shit like that, or like Tim Pool back in the day. Could Johnny Five read all that? I don't know why I wanted, just had that thought. That could be a meme. Could that be a meme? Like one of the dude is sleeping at night and the girl's next to him. I wonder what he's thinking about. And then the thought bubble is above his head. And I wonder if Johnny Five could read the chat when it's full. That's not a bad meme, actually. Let me write that down. Maybe I'll make that. Oh, I don't have to write it down. We're recording this. I keep doing that. Johnny Five, the row. Yeah. Remember in Johnny Five in Short Circuit? Like he took the book and he like literally, I post-its, but I don't have a book, but he was like, and he like read a book by like just like flipping through it, and he like consumed all the information. So like I assume he could like read all the chat really fast. Like it goes by, and then Johnny Five like can Johnny Five's still alive. Yeah. That movie was racist because it had like it put like a white guy playing Indian face or whatever. I don't know. No, that was cool. I like that. I remember the movie. Sometimes I don't know if I actually like the movie or if it's just like some kind of nostalgia. But when Short Circuit was on, or if it's on TV or whatever, like I remember be like, oh, it's like you let it ride, you play it, you don't turn it off. Like it hooks you in. You get hooked into Johnny Five. Yeah, he's not an Indian guy. Nostalgia plus good. Yeah, nostalgia plus good enough. What about that other one? Batteries not included. I actually haven't seen that, but I remember that. There's a handful of them. I'm not like a buff. There's like so many movies I haven't seen. Like, and there's so many what do you call it? Books. What are they called? What are those things called? Books I have not read, and like, but especially like the movies things, like people know disassemble this. You're getting all the right quotes. Like this is what I remember about the movie. No, like the things he said. Yeah, he was hilarious. He was so lovable. He was like not human, but he was like lovable. Like he was, oh, I'm gonna cry thinking about Mr. Five. I don't read. That's why we're like the right. We're like the right. We're you're my spirit animal in that regard. Because like people get shamed for like not reading, but like I don't know. It's just like not. Our eyes are not really meant for reading. Our eyes are meant for like hunting. I think human eyes are not meant to like fucking read shit. We're meant to like see shit at a certain. We're meant to like survey. We're not meant to like fucking look at stupid ass words on a page and imagine shit in a head, especially since video or people can like act out the shit. Like go see a live play. You don't have to read. I like screenplays. I like to write words on a page so they can actually be performed or something like that, or acted or improvised in some way. Like that's more fun. I don't know. What is this? Real life? I don't know. No, books are cool. I like books. I like stories. Reading is fundamental. My eyes aren't meant for seeing far away. What are they meant? What are they meant for? What distance? What distance? I mean, I guess everyone's different. Life should tell you what to think. That's God, Jesus in our souls, or whatever is telling us what to think. I think. Do you wear contacts? Wait, what is this? That's the eyeball emojis. Do you wear contacts, Courtney? Contacts. That's cool. My eyes are meant for sipping martinis and peeling off bikinis. That's not a bad role for them. She is nearsighted. That means you can't see far, or you can see far. I don't know. Yeah, I wear contacts. Oh, it took me a second to. I am so dumb. Like, I know you're good night, Mr. T, but people are referring to you as good night. So throughout the chat tonight, I did realize that, like, I'm like, oh, people are saying good night to each other over and over again. I'm like, and then I'm like, oh, that dude's fucking name is good night. But yeah, it's all coming together. It's all coming together. That means my eyes weren't made for hunting because I can't see far away. No, but you fucking shoot the rabbit right in front of you or whatever. Shoot him right in, you don't have to wait till the animal gets closer than you. I don't know. What about fishing? Can blind people fish? They feel when the so what do they call it? The fishing pole is being pulled on by the fish. I was good night, Mr. Thompson, because of Keanu. That rings a bell. I can hear her saying that as she said. Maybe I probably heard her say that on streams. Forest Mommy, I'm flying to you, and we will make a DoD fortress. Department of Defense, Dungeons of Dragons. I gotta see. What is this comment? Just gotta see those dicks, Courtney. They close up. I see. I'm reading the comment and digesting it, or not digesting, not ingesting. What's the word? Comprehending. My eyes were made for letting my husband hunt the food. That's fair. Hunting the food at the local grocery store. Choit, what is your favorite band? Didn't we already talk about this? Tedeschi Trucks Band? Doesn't everyone know this about me already? Should I send a link to that or something? I host my other podcast is all about Tedeschi Trucks Band. Do you know that? Do you know that band? Who the hell is that? Do you know the Allman Brothers Band? Have you heard of the Allman Brothers Band? Southern rock blues band. Anyway, they have two drummers. One of the drummers' name is Butch Trucks, and his nephew is Derek Trucks, who plays in Tedeschi Trucks Band and play with the Allman Brothers as essentially a teenage prodigy from 99 through 2014. Formed Tedeschi Trucks Band with his wife in 2010, Susan Tedeschi, and they're inspired by the Allman Brothers and I guess Grateful Dead and Mad Dogs and the Englishmen, which was a Joe Cocker, and Leon Russell tour as like a gigantic band with horns and also two drummers and a bunch of harmony singers and of course guitar players and whatnot, and sort of like soulful 60s 70s music, blues music. So that's kind of what spawned Tedeschi Trucks Band. And they're a 12-piece band themselves. They became a 12-piece in 2015 or 16 when they added an additional female vocalist. Susan Tedeschi, of course, had her own career as well, her own solo career before combining with Derek Trucks, her husband, in 2010 to do their band. But they had played a bunch of shows with each other's bands over the years. But they committed to doing a project together and touring together as husband and wife, with their 11-piece, eventually 12-piece band. With horns, harmony. They have trombone, sax, trumpet, 3 harmony vocalists, keyboard, 2 drummers, bassists. Susan plays guitar, and Derek Trucks is the lead guitar player and the band leader, essentially. She's kind of he's the musical director and she's the MC at the shows. She talks to the crowd. he does zero talking to the crowd. He just plays guitar. He's a slide guitar virtuoso. So I could keep talking about this band all night if you really want me to, or don't want me to. This is my version of Bitcoin. Like, if you want me to talk about the same level of passion that my parents met in high school playing trombone. That's awesome. That's fun. I don't know. I like that. That's cool. Trombone's a cool instrument. It's actually sort of similar, at least in this regard, to slide guitar, because you're sliding. So you're hitting every single tone, every single pitch in between the actual whole notes themselves. So it mimics sort of the human voice and all those different tones as you're sliding from one note to the next. So that's a cool aspect of slide guitar and the trombone, because there was a trombone player in Tedeschi Trucks band. Choit, how good are you at guitar? I mean, that's all relative, I guess. Should I play something? Oh no, I'm not even drinking. Do I need to be drinking for that? I could jam. I could put on about. Well, do I get copyright infringement if I have to go on Rumble so I don't get like taken down for playing YouTube backing tracks if I want to do something, play something? What do you take a shot and play? My whiskey's all the way over there. My whiskey's all the way over there. That's not a bad idea. If you're just gonna play rhythm chords, then don't bother. Man, he's mean. Oh man. What if it just feels good? What if it just feels good to strum the guitar? You know, I shouldn't do that. If I just play oh, I still have this chat up. If I just play strum a few chords. No Bob Dylan either. Oh man. Don't play anything you like. What do you want me to play? What is actually being requested? Play guitar, but not this. No, not like that. Not like this. Just don't play College Campus Under a Tree shit. Is that a song, or is that a or is that a figure of speech? Fuck it, I'll grab Mike. Play something challenging. What, like Beethoven? I kind of do want a shot first, to be honest with you. Yellow Brick Road or Rocky Raccoon. Let me get whiskey. Yes. Whiskey is required for this. It's not required, but can you guys still hear me or no? Whiskey in the jar. I don't know that song. I know a day song. Thin Lizzy, right? The thinnest Lizzy. Oh, play some Skinner, man. Play Freebird. Play Freebird. Play some Skinner, man. LOL, Yellow Brick. Oh, that's other that's Anthony. That's Ass Butts song. Don't play Wonderwall is what he's saying. I don't like that. I don't really like that kind of. I never got into Oasis. Oasis. Does anyone call them that? I actually don't really know their songs. Like some of these bands. Like I know more of the older bands, and then I guess actually not really jam bands. Tedeschi Trucks band is a jam band, but not like just that. They have great songs, and they're also virtuoso musicians. And like the Allman Brothers, Tedeschi Trucks bands jams are, I think, more narrative journeys, and they go somewhere, as opposed to, like, maybe some other jam bands that are more like spacey, exploratory, meandering jams. Whereas TTB is, can be a little bit of that, but I think there's more of a narrative, more of a method to the madness. Jews love jam bands. Jews love all music. Jews love hip hop too. Jews love black people music, I would say. But that's just American music, I think, more than anything. Cool. What's happening here? Humans are texting. Haha, do they? There's something to that. I've seen the yarmulkes at concerts and stuff, and like Modest Yahoo. Remember Modest Yahoo? I think he uses his real name now. He was like the Hasidic reggae dude, or whatever. Where'd the tuner go? I gotta find that first. Hold on. Where did that go? Shit. Oh, I guess I can use my phone to tune the guitar. But I like to use the tuner. I think it fell somewhere. How fun is this for everybody on a scale of 1 to 10? Oh, shit. Oh, here it is. We should play Jackbox while you play guitar. We could do everything. What I was going to say earlier, like Farce Mommy, you were talking about, I think, how you like didn't stick with playing video games or whatever. But like in college, like, you know, we would all be smoking whatever, and my friends would be playing video games, and I would just be kind of like strumming on a guitar, electric guitar, not plugged in, and just like learning some scales and shit or whatever. Maybe I should switch the chair. This angle's terrible. Hold on. Fuck it. We'll do it live. Fuck it. We'll do it. He's asking us where his good tuner is. I guess it's a very low percentage that any of you guys would know. I guess it's more of a rhetorical question. Is that what that would be? Or just thinking out loud? Is this thing working? It's not even working. Oh, there it goes. E A. Can you guys hear that? I'm not really a good singer. Hey, that's a G. How did my life end up here? Should we jam? If I get booted off YouTube, go to Rumble, I guess. Should I put on a backing track and jam? I could jam maybe a little bit. I'm nervous. Play Brown Eyed Girl. It's been a minute. I used to know. Hey, where did we go? Days when the rain came down in the hollow, playing a new game, laughing and a running, hey, hey, skipping and a jumping in the misty morning fog with all hearts a thumping and you, my brown-eyed girl. I need to warm up. I need a singer. Do any of you guys sing? I don't know that one. Should I look? I know the song, but I don't know the chords. Should I look that up? I Want to Be With You. Play House of the Rising Sun. Well, that's in what is that? What chord does that start on? There's a house in New. What is it? There. Yeah, it's A minor. A house in. What's the next one? I don't know. What else do I know? I'm not allowed to play Bob Dylan. What else was I not allowed to play? D major. D. And then the F. Good time, Mr. Thompson is just feeding the chords. There is a house in New Orleans. They call the rap. Is it what the hell's the next chord? Should I look it up? I mean, I used to play the song. House of the Rising Sun chords. There is a house. Do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti, do. 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 do, ti, la, sol, fa, mi, re, do. My sister taught me some singing exercises. Like obviously the scale, the C scale, do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti, do. But then go like being like that, like wheel, be like the wheel on the fucking keyboard. Do, do. Like if you can do that and kind of control it. Can you play your bar mitzvah reading? Probably not. I bet if I heard it though, I might remember. It might ring a bell. There is a house in New Orleans they call the Rising Sun, and it's been the ruin of many a poor boy. And God, I know I'm one. My mother, she was a tailor. She sewed my new blue jeans. My father, he was a gambling man down in New Orleans. Now the only thing that a gambler needs is a suitcase and a trunk. And the only time that he's satisfied is when he's only drunk. Organ solo, etc., etc. Oh, mother, tell your children not to do what I have done. Spend your life in sin and misery in a house of the rising sun. There's another verse, but that's enough of that, I guess. But are you clapping for yourself? I'm seeing the chat here. What up? C minor, A minor, C minor, F minor, D minor. What else do I know? I'm like freezing up. I'm like, I don't even know what songs I know. I forgot. I know songs people don't know, like random ass Bob Dylan songs people don't want to hear. While my guitar gently weeps. I did used to know that one. What were the chords to that one? Do I know how to? That's also it's also an A minor. But I don't know if I remember how exactly those opening chords. A minor. It's very similar, actually. I'll play something else, not an A minor. Let's play Pinky in the bass. Pinky in the bass. Can you play Riders on the Storm? I know Light My Fire. I used to know Light My Fire. How's it go? You know that it would be untrue. You know that I would be alive if I was to say to you, Girl, we couldn't get much higher. Come on, baby, light my fire. Come on, baby, light my fire. Try to set the night on. What is it? Is it a B there? B7? Fire. The time to hesitate is through. What is the next verse? I don't know the words. No time to wallow in the mire. China, we can only lose. And our love become a funeral pyre. Come on, baby, light my fire. Come on, baby, light my fire. Try to set the night on fire. I'm gonna do this for 14 minutes. Was it? The time to hesitate is through. No time to wallow in the mire. China, we can only lose. And our love become a funeral pie. Come on, baby, light my fire. Come on, baby, light my fire. Try to set the night on fire. Da da na 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 na. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. Thank you. Who are you thanking? I don't know what I'm doing. Maybe I gotta switch this up. Is this better? Maybe this is better. I'm so used to sitting in a certain spot here, but I need to make some more room. This is not. What up? Are there people here? Play electric guitar now. I don't have it set up. I do have electric guitar. I have something that could be if I play a backing track, will I get copyrighted? Or no? I want to jam. It's a Gibson Hawk. They only made them in like the 90s. I have an Ibanez somewhere also. But it's like a Gibson. It's an American Gibson. It's solid body. It's shaped like a Les Paul. Why? What happen if I put on a backing track? Does that fuck up everything? Do we get kicked off the internet or no? How does that work? Probably, huh? Jam session. Santana in the style of Santana. Where's that at? Good night, Mister. Do you know the YouTube channel? What's it called? Now You Shred. that channel. Do you know that channel? Do you guys know Now You Shred? This is like a channel of all backing tracks. Well, I guess for guitar, but doesn't have to be for guitar. Exclusively. Yeah, let's see how this. Do you guys hear the backing track? You hear Santana or no? Is that audible? Am I tripping? Is anyone here? Is this thing on? You hear the backing track? Where's the pick? You know where the pick is? Do you guys know where insert item is in my apartment? I got a shot glass of picks. It's actually a Mets shot glass of guitar picks. The backing tracks, might be able to pipe that music, the backing track into StreamYards. Will that be better? And so on and so forth. No Bob Dylan songs allowed. What else do I? Oh, I was gonna look up I'll look up the how does the Mr. Big song go? Let's see. Mr. Big. What was the name of that song? Oh man, I typed it so wrong. Even Google was like, "What the fuck did you just type?" Google said, "What was that?" To be with you. To be with you. Chords. All right. I'm not gonna know these. C sharp minor. Hold on, little girl. Show me what he's done to you. It's been a minute since I've heard this song, but I do know the song. Could it hold you? What's A sus2? Is there another way to play A sus2? Put one finger here. You got to put one finger on the second fret here, and then put your pinky on the fourth fret. Is that right? I got to listen to it. I got to listen to it. Because I know the intro is different, and then it goes into like the verse. It doesn't like build up like it's kind of a. What if I work on it and play it next week? Can I do that? Hold on, I got an app that will help. I could work on it. I don't necessarily have to play it this right now. Hold on, little girl. Show me what he's done. Does the A? If I play an A major, will that be good enough? Or do I have to play? Oh, A sus2 is just. Okay, that's A sus2. Okay. Hold on, little girl. Da na 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 na. Da na 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 na. Da na na na. Da na 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 na. Da na 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 na. What's the next part? We're making music up in here. We're making music up in. I just probably swung the guitar out of tune when I banged it against the microphone. But all right, what's the next part? We're gonna get booted for copyright infringement. Where's that though? I don't even see though. I'm the one to where. Where's that? It doesn't even show. I'm on the wrong. Where is that? Oh, I see this part here. So that's E. E add F sharp. How do you add F sharp? Up here. I'm the one who wants to. Nah, that doesn't sound right. What if I just play E and then the A sus and then the B and then the A? I'm not going to play the E at F sharp and the G, at least not for now. When I'll play the E, the only one who understands what I'm talking about is what? Goodnight, Mr. Thompson, and maybe Tony. Do you play guitar? I forget. I'm the one who wants to be with you. Deep inside, I hope you feel it too. Waiting on a line of greens and blues. Is that the lyric? Of greens and blues. Just to be the next to be with you. There's a bridge, but then try the second verse. How do the verses go? Tony plays everything. I play everything. I need Paul in here to be like, no, Tony doesn't play everything. Tony lies about everything. Tony's blah 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 blah. Now that might not be the case, but Paul will tell me if when Tony's lying or not. No, I do believe I know Tony's talented. I don't deny. C sharp minor. Yeah, back to the verse of the C sharp minor. Give us a nice C sharp diminished arpeggio. Do I have to? I don't know. I don't know all these George Harrison chords, the diminished and sustained, and the A flat 7 to the 7th fret. I got like when you get like exponents and math, that frightened me and got scary, as does like when the chords have too many things in them. I would like to learn more. You kind of learn, I guess you learn chords when you're kind of forced to learn them in songs. But I don't know. They don't always stick. Maybe because I don't understand fully the theory behind everything. How does the rhythm go again on the verses? Build up your confidence, something, so you can be on top for once. Da na 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 da na da na na da da na 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 da na da na na da na. Then you have another chorus, I'm guessing, and then the bridge probably. I'm the one who wants to be with you. Deep inside, I hope you will feel it too. Waiting on a line of greens and blues. Just to be the next to be with you. A sus 2. No, be alone. Something. How does the bridge go? I like it at this speed. That's the second verse. Second verse? Now it's another chorus. I like this version. This is fun like that. It's 195,000 beats per minute. And now here's the bridge. Should be. What are the chords over the solo? Probably the verse. I'm the one who wants to be with you. So it's the. What is that? It's the chorus is over the solo. Is anyone here? What's happening? So how does that part go? I forgot it already. Why be alone? Why be alone when we could be together, baby? How does this go? That's a G. G, stay on the G. I appreciate it. Everyone is here. All the cool people and the important people, the people who are going to be in the movie where we get sucked into Jackbox, not Jackbox. Jack, can we allow? Will we get sued if we call it Jack Off Party Pack or something? Jack Off. Maybe it's probably not the right tone, I guess, but like some version of it. This is like a family party, and we're Choit's aunts and uncles making him play guitar for us. That's cool. Chorus E minor. What? The chorus, yeah, E minor. Yeah, that's what I was playing. That is where it's playing, but it's telling me to play in between the E minor and the A sus2. It's telling me to essentially play, also throw in an E, add F sharp, an E, add a G sharp, and then back to the E before the A sus2. I'm sure it's probably in there. I'll listen to it closer and try to figure out what the best way to maybe add those. They're probably bass notes or no, I dropped that. Yeah, it's easier. It sounds good. I mean, it sounds correct, I should say. I'll be the judge of. I won't be the judge of something's good or not. All right, let me try the. Maybe I'll try a chorus into the bridge. Let's try that, and then maybe into the solo chords or whatever, and back into whatever's after that. All right. So, what is it? Just to be the next to be with you. Why be alone when we can be together? How's it go? I don't know. I don't have the phrasing of the singing down. A flat minor. What do you get when you drop a piano down a mine shaft? A flat minor. I should first of all take off this chat comment and then put this one on, and then put this one on after I've already told the joke out loud. All right. Back. When we can, the chord changes on the word when, right? Did I hear that right? When. Why be alone when we can be together, baby? I can't figure it out. I'm retarded. You can make my life worthwhile. Was that a G7? What? I can see I want to see another version of this. Yeah, this is the other thing is wrong. It's not me. There's also a capo on this, so I'm probably doing it in the wrong key as well. Tell me if this sounds better. Oh no. Well, I don't know. Don't sing. Just focus on chord. Just learn the song first. That's probably the right way to go about it. All right, maybe I'll go. Let me go back to the other version. I'll practice the bridge more. The singing to that offline later, because who the fuck wants to watch me? Actually, that's probably funny to watch me fuck up the same thing 10,000 times. Plan you play Rosetta Stone next, if not disgusted. Do I know that? Oh, and then it goes up an octave. I forgot about that, doesn't it? I'm the one who wants to. What's a C at 9? Is that right? The one who wants to be with you. Is there a capo on this or no? Am I playing it how? No capo. Okay, so this is the chord. I'm in the key that this song is in. It was I think on the record. All right. Should I try and sing the next one? Verse 3. What the hell is this? C minor. When it's through and through. I don't know. Let me hear it. What's after the solo? Let's listen to that part. Ah. Then it goes to the G, right? Okay, how does that part go? When it's through and through something. What happened to the Bitcoin dude? He had I don't know, obligations. He can't hang out on. Dude, I love Stoner. Dude, you and really everyone, but you're a very supportive fellow, and I appreciate that. And Saw's always talking me up and whatnot and being supportive. You guys are cool. What happened to Bitcoin, dude? What happened to my whiskey? I'm getting sidetracked by drinking coffee. That's pretty smooth. That's why the bottle is I'm putting in good work on this bottle. In my sessions with it. Okay, I want to listen to that verse or whatever that starts on that A sus 2. He didn't give us any voice. He doesn't do voices, I guess. I'll get someone on to do voices. I'll try to find someone who does. I know some voice people who can be weirdos with their voices. I have to go back and listen to a lot of this episode to some of the creative ideas and to relearn everything the dude said about the crypto and Bitcoin and comprehend that. Damn, I gotta do dive back into it. And Tony does voices. Can I go on, Tony? Can I go on your show and you could do voices for me there? Oh no, that's the next verse. I want to go back. How do I go back? How does that part go? Absolutely not. Request voices from him on OnlyFans. How does that go? Is that right? Does that sound right? Good night, Mr. T. And then up to the G. I'm the one who wants to be with you. Deep inside, I hope you'll feel it too. Waited on a line of greens and blues. This is E minor. Greens and blues. Just to be the What other songs do I know? I know So Far Away by Dire Straits. What else? I have a folder of some. I don't remember half the time what the things that I kind of fuck around with. I could look up stuff too. You, My Brown Eyed Girl, etc. No Bob Dylan allowed. Light My Fire did already. I'm the same way. You don't remember what you know? What about another listen? All right, we're gonna take that from the top. Oh, 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 oh. You don't have to go. Oh, 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 oh. You don't have to go. Oh, 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 oh. You don't have to go. I. All those tears I cry. I. All those tears I cry. I. Baby, please don't go. When I read the letter you wrote me, make me mad, mad, mad. When I read the words that it told me, make me sad, sad, sad. I still love you so, I can't let you go. I love you. Ooh, baby, I love you now. Oh, 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 oh. Every breath I take. Oh, 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 oh. Oh, every move I make. Hey, hey, hey. Baby, please don't go. I. Hurts me to my soul. Oh, 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 oh. Oh, you hurt me to my soul. Oh, 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 oh. Darling, please don't go. When I read the letter you sent me, make me mad, mad, mad. When I read the news that it brought me, made me sad, sad, sad. I still love you. Ooh, baby, I love you. How's it go? I can't whistle and do it at the same time. Guitar solo, etc., etc. Oh, 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 oh. You don't have to go. Oh, 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 oh. You don't have to go. Oh, 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 oh. Baby, please don't go. This is one usually my buddy sings. I don't know the words though, but it's kind of hard to do Bob Marley stuff or the steer it up, Dire Maker. Hold on, where's my? I want to. I want to comment at myself, not the YouTube or not the the channel. I don't like commenting as. It's got to be from me. Hold on, thinking out loud here. Where did it go? Unmute site. I had to do a lot of clicking to get over here. Dire Maker. Dire Maker. There you go. Dire Maker. Steer it up, little darling, steer it up. Steer it up, little darling, steer it up. It's been a long time, steer it together, since I got you on my mind. Woo! I just wanted to do that much. That ooh was in key. Chad, was that ooh in key? I guess I can go listen back later, but it sounded right to me. Because that's the thing, I can't hit notes consistently, so I never really quite know what's going to come out. Because I've only been singing, and I'll put singing in quotes, for not all that long. I just tried to learn like that lady in that movie running across the field or whatever, singing Do Re Mi or whatever. The lady in the skirt singing Do Re Mi in that movie with those kids or whatever. Like that really is all you kind of got to know. If you learn Do Re Mi at the C scale, it's kind of, you get a sense of a muscle memory of the relationship between the notes, and that's pretty helpful, I guess. And like then you can learn modes. Do you know what modes are? Should I explain modes? Good night, Mr. T. Probably knows about the modes. But now, like 20 years later, and playing guitar, at least I can wrap my head around the concept of modes and kind of hear them in my head, which is just basically playing a scale from a different note to a different note, like playing a C scale, a C major scale, but playing it from, an F to an F or whatever. Ionian, Dorian, yeah, he knows the modes. But then you could also play a C scale, but starting on a D. What would be that mode? That I think is Dorian. That's cool sounding. Is that Mixolydian? E Mixolydian is playing a C scale from an E to an E. Right. A minor scale minor scale within C. Well, that's just the A minor scale, obviously. That is A minor. There are a shit ton of scales, yeah, for sure. And obviously that Mixolydian, some of them have kind of like an exotic scale. There's obviously Indian scales and and Arabic type scales. So much to learn on piano is hard. I should share these. There you go. Shit ton of scales. Should I pull up some scales and share scales? Maybe I'll play a TTB song. Oh, do re mi fa sol la ti do ti la sol fa mi re do. Oh, they're gonna leave you one morning. Oh, it'll come without a warning. But no matter how hard you try, all you can do is sigh as the beat of time marches on. La-di-la, la-di-day. It don't matter much today. So let's raise our glasses high to this bittersweet goodbye, and we'll say farewell in the morning. Well, I watched you while you were sleeping, and you smiled so big while you were dreaming. You do all that you can. Sometimes it's hard to stand by and watch you stumble on your way. La-di-la, la-di-day. It don't matter much today. So let's raise our glasses high to this bittersweet goodbye, and we'll say farewell in the morning. La-di-la, la-di-day. It don't matter much today. So let's raise our glasses high to this bittersweet goodbye, and we'll say farewell in the morning. So let's raise our glasses high to this bittersweet goodbye, and we'll say farewell in the morning. It's called Lottie Lottie La. Lottie Lottie Da by Tedeschi Trucks Band. Susan wrote that song. She calls it it's kind of like her Irish drinking song. The song is actually about her son going off to college. Is really what this sort of the inspiration for the song initially. Clapping. Thank you. You guys are nice here. I like waving the big lighter. Share scales. I could do that. Live Choit is so much fun. Thank you, Stoner. Clapping. That is an interesting song. Nice. Knive. God damn it. I'm fucking. Don't use the Lord's name in vain. I need someone to. Can someone come on and sing the slide guitar part? If I leave here tomorrow, would you still remember me? For I must be traveling on now, 'cause is there someplace I gotta be? What are the words? What actually are the words? Free Boyd. Free Boyd. Free Boyd or Bird? Free Boyd. Play Free Boyd. Should I start from the top? I Need You Way Better. What other Skinner songs? I used to play, what was a cover, but Call Me the Breeze. But I did more in the style of like John Mayer, I guess. But what other? I don't really know a lot of Skinner songs on guitar. But you got a handful of good ones. If I leave here. Yeah, Simple Man's good. No, it's great. I mean, these are all great songs. Tomorrow. Would you still remember me? For I must be traveling on now. There's too many places I gotta see. But if I stay here with you, girl, things just couldn't be the same. Curtis Lowe. So I wanted to learn like all the slide guitar on Curtis Lowe so bad. Dude, these are all bangers, as the kids say. Is banger? What do they call them? Bangers. They call it bangers that slap. These are bangers that slap, and I would floss to these bangers that slap so hard. Well, but there's something else. What am I thinking? I would glaze to someone flossing to these bangers so hard. All right, I gotta calm down here. As long as I'm entertaining myself, I think that's ultimately what matters. What part was it up to? I'm as free. I guess I'm done with Freebird. I wanted to do a what do they call it? Like a snippet, a tease, Freebird tease. Maybe I could look at Curtis Lowe. Are the chords hard? No capo. Down, 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 down. Does that sound right? Tuesday's gone. Man, I keep like forgetting how many great songs they have. Down, 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 down. I used to wake the morning while the rooster crowed, searching for soda bottles to get myself some dough. Brought them down to this. I know I sound terrible, but I'll try. Brought them down to the corner, down to the country. These chords right? Store. Cash them in, give my money to a man named Curtis Lowe. That doesn't sound right. It sounds weird. I don't know. Do I sound weird or does it sound weird? Battle of Curtis Lowe. I love this sheet almost as much as Tool and Slayer. I love it more than Tool and Slayer. I used to wake the morning for the rooster crow. See now this one's telling me. Oh, this one says capo on the first fret. Everyone lies to me. Used to wake the morning for the rooster crow, searching for soda. What? Should I look at Tuesday's Gone? It's another one I'll sing very poorly. Oh, this is sus chords. These chords are sus. I'm sure that's a meme. That's definitely a meme. These chords are sus. Guitar humor. How does the opening go? Slower. Slower. What's a D sus2? That don't sound right. That sounds right. I want to try the intro again. Dude, I'm gonna like cry just playing those chords, just like thinking about listening to that song. Damn. That's a special one. I got a lot of work to do this week. I gotta learn Mr. Big and the Freebird solo note for note on my acoustic guitar. Train roll on down the line. Won't you please take me far away? I don't have the phrasing down in my head really yet. And it's been a minute since I listened to that song too. I mean, I can hear the song in my head, except when I play it on guitar. I'm like, what? Starts on E minus. E minus? What's an E minus? That was what I got my grade in school. They wanted to fail me, but they jokes, etc. Oh, E minor. E minor. What? There's no E minor here. There's no E minor here. What starts on E minor? I see it on A, the intro. E minor to G minor. What part are you talking about? I see E major, major to. I think this sounds right. Maybe you're looking at a different tab or something. Train roll on. I want to sing like how he sings it. I want to have that white boy Southern soul. Where do I get that? Train roll on down the line. Won't you please take me far away? Now I feel the wind blow outside my door. Means I'm leaving my woman at home. Tuesday's gone with the wind. My baby's gone with the wind. Down, 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 down. And I don't know where I'm going. Just just wanna be left alone. Well, this train ends, I'll try again. I'm leaving my woman at home. Sing along. Tuesday's gone with the wind. I like to tell the chat to sing along and then ask the chat where my stuff is. That's like my favorite thing to do. Tuesday's gone with the wind. Tuesday's gone with the wind. Tuesday's gone with the wind. Train roll on. Then it goes to solo or something, etc., etc. That's a fun one. That was a good sample. Thank you, Stoner. Stonerific. Fans. I have a fan. Fans. Let me see what else we got here. Tuesday's gone with the wind. My baby's gone with the wind. Everything is in the style of Bob. Insert song in the style of Bob Dylan. Insert song in the style of Bob Dylan. That's kind of what I do. What else we got? I haven't played this in a while. Let me see if I can try this one. Bobby's driving through the city tonight, through the lights in a hot new. I forgot how it goes. You know the song "Say Goodbye to Hollywood," Billy Joel. Bobby's driving through the city tonight, through the lights in a hot new rental car. Joins lovers in his heavy machine. It's a scene down on Sunset Boulevard. Say goodbye to Hollywood. Say goodbye to my baby. Say goodbye to Hollywood. Say goodbye to my baby. Johnny's taking care of things for a while, and his style is so right. It's so right for Troubadour. I forgot how that part goes. It's a C added G. How's that go? Whatever, fuck this. I forgot how that chord part goes, you know? I forgot how that goes. I remember, but, you know, it's been a minute. Let's see here. This is an old one, but I think your kids are gonna. How's that go? Do you have a Discord? I got all the things. I don't have a TikTok. I don't have TikTok, and I don't have. Is that the only one I don't have? I don't have Grinder. If you need me, why don't you call me? If you need me, I am in Courtney's Discord. Why don't you call me? Don't wait too long when things go wrong, 'cause I'll be there, right there where I belong. Said if you want me, why don't you send for me? Said if you want, all you gotta do is send for me. Don't wait too long. Just pick up your phone, 'cause I'll be there, right there where I belong. People always told me, darling, that I didn't mean you no good. But I know deep down in my heart that I done the best I could. But one of these days, darling, you're gonna come walking through that door. And I know in my mind, these are the very words you're gonna say to me. I still love you, always thinking of you. I still love, always thinking of you. Don't wait too long when things go wrong, 'cause I'll be there, right there where I belong. Who did that? Wilson Pickett or Otis Redding? Is that racist? That I'm not sure. Solomon Burke, I guess, wrote the song or did it first. Good night, Mr. Sent you a friending request. Where is this? You look a lot like Leonardo DiCaprio. Interesting. That's cool. Where I belong. That was in key. That sounded like Billy Joel in my head a little bit. Where I belong. I want to get a different chair. This chair sucks. I need a guitar stool. I need a lot of things I don't have. But I'm trying to be grateful for things that I do have. You gotta have perspective and be appreciated. You can't complain and worry about the Joneses and blah 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 blah. Life be that way. What did I say I have to do? I don't. Acceptance is not good enough. I need to have. What did he talk about earlier? The Bitcoin. My friend Zack. He said you could the truth. You can deny the truth. You could accept the truth. Or what the hell was the third thing? Understanding the truth. Yeah, arms suck for playing guitar. I'm so much more. This chair is not more comfortable on my ass, but it's definitely more. Oh, that's better. Oh man. Oh, so much better now. Mm-hmm. What up? What up? Let's see here. I was gonna do "Love in Vain" by the Stones. I did that one in a space, I think, one time. I sent you a parody I made. That's cool. This is in key of B flat major. 1, 2, 3, do re mi fa sol la ti do, do ti la so for re. For my programming buddy, like computer programming. Computer programming. Computer. We're into our third hour of this nonsense. But I guess it's I'm taking on the streaming responsibilities Monday night, late night. But I followed her to the station with the suitcase in my hand. Well, I followed her to the station with a suitcase in my hand. Well, it's hard to tell when all your love's in vain. Should I move this so you can see the guitar? Is this not in a good spot or what? Did I just unplug my microphone again? When a train come in the station, I looked her in the eye. When a train come in the station, I looked her in the eye. Oh, I felt so sad and lonesome, I could not help but cry. When a train left the station, it had two lights on behind. Yeah, when the train left the station, it had two lights on behind. Oh, the blue light was my baby, and the red light was my mind. It had two lights. You know what I learned? I learned how to say vowels. That was another like random singing. Not that I'm not an expert at singing, and as evidenced by the fact that you can hear me attempting to do it. But like you don't I kind of more you don't say lights. Two lights on behind. It had two lights on behind. You say lots. Lots or lights, essentially, when you're singing. It's weird how like singing voices and speaking voices sound like differently. If you're playing, you're always learning. That's cool. But you know what I'm saying? It sounds weird and wrong if you say two lights on behind versus lots. Oh, the blue light was my baby. Well, the blue light was my baby. And the red light, red light. And the red light, and the red light was, and the red light, and the red light was my mind. When the train come in the station, I looked her in the eye. Like, and I is not I, it's ah. I looked her in the eye. But it sounds, I don't know. That's kind of how I think of it, because it sounds weird when you say in the eye. Train. I looked her in the eye. I guess you can say that too, but I looked her in the eye. Well, when the train come in the station, and I looked her in the eye. Oh, I felt so sad and lonesome that I could not help but cry. Let's see. I play another song in this key too. What was the the winking eye, like in the movie role models? Yeah, something like that. The winking eye. What else can we play? I don't know. I can go another backing track jam. Maybe take another puff and do a jam for a little jam, like a 30-second jam. Will I get copyright infringement? Copywritten infringements. Can you guys hear that? Smooth jazz ballad jam track. Check freestyle. No, we're not gonna do that. Let me break it down here. Oh, you guys can't hear it. Tell me where the mix is good between my voice and the background. Let me tell you a story. There once was a tenor. No, I'm fucking around. That's all I really want to do. I'm running out of riffs. I don't know enough. And so on and so forth. What are some other good backing tracks? Oh, there's I have some saved. So I don't get copyright and I won't get flagged for playing like these random backing tracks as long as I don't play like Freebird original studio version. Freebird original studio version backing track. Let's see what else we got. I have a bunch of like just random ass bagging tracks, bagging tracks. Mellow reggae jam track in A minor. Should we see what that sounds like? I lost the pick I was using. There it is. Yeah. Should do like that. I see why I bookmark some of these though. They're fun. I try to bookmark the ones I'm like, oh, this one's like one I can kind of vibe with. Neo soul guitar backing track in F. I'm going to my random. I should pull up my Discord on my desktop. Is this F major or F minor? It's in some mode of F. I guess some mode of F major. It's not an F major, but it's a mode of F major. Or maybe it is F major. I like that. That sounded cool to me. I'll change it up at the top. I have a looper somewhere. I have an electric setup. It's just not set up. I don't play electric guitar because it's too much setup, too many wires, too much complication. This I can just like, it's just easy access. But yeah, eventually I'll have a better space and I'll have like electric guitar. I just press a button and it's all set up. I do like this one. That's I like that one. I'm glad I booking marketing bookmarkington bookmarked. Any more jams? What do you prefer? Do you prefer me to not sing or to do all of the above? I mean, that's kind of what I like to do. Honestly, I'm not going to do this, but like I try in my mornings to, if I can, play guitar in terms of like singing along and then doing like the jam and stuff along to a backing track and then dancing. You got to dance, you got to sing, dance, and play an instrument every day. Otherwise, you're a loser. Otherwise, you should kill yourself. Am I too extreme about this? No, but I think there's something to that. If you sing, dance, and play a musical instrument for like 10 minutes in the morning, like then you're less likely to want to stab the rest of your species throughout the rest of your day. So that's like, I think that's good. And unless people are stabbing people, I don't know. If everyone just like do those three things and like have an orgasm, there'd be less stabbings probably. But you know, I can't control the world. What do I know? What do I know? Funkadelic. Oh, here's Funkadelic. Cliched. It says cliched. Thank you. This is an F minor after playing an F major. Yeah, I get it. Sometimes, not always. I can hold myself to sing one song, play one jam, and then dance around my apartment like a weirdo for a minute, and we're good. I need the pick so it's louder. That's all I really want to do. Yeah, that's a good one. That's a fun one. A lot of the hip hop backing tracks are good too. Reggae's. This one has some guitar on it, but this one's a fun reggae one. What up? What up? Oh, maybe this one will get me. It says Lion Rhythms with the DDIMS. Let me write. I'll write that down. I think this is B minor. No, I guess not. D minor. Oh, F sharp. Lion Rhythms. All right, I'll look at some of the stuff you sent me. Let me see. How do I find what you sent? Good night, Mr. T. You're the Leonardo DiCaprio guy. YouTube. Practice music backing. Lion Rhythms. Lion. These are good. You're saying some of them are just hit or miss for me. I just vibe with certain things more. That's too. That's not. That's too. But let's see what else we got. Smoky, crunchy, AC/DC, cool rock backing in C. Let's see that one. Oh, wait. That's Marty music lesson. Sometimes I don't. Cool rock. This is in C major. Now You Shred is a good channel also. That's kind of the best one, or one of the best ones. F, then F minor. I like that F minor there. That sounds cool. La 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 la. Should I start going like that too? 1950s ballad. What else we got on this one? This channel. Burning classic rock groove for in A minor. Nah, that's not gonna work. No. You got to slow down. You get. It's too many loud noises. It's too many loud noises. It sounds like noise. That's what the kids listening to these days. No, but some of the rock ones are good. Rock is not necessarily the wrong. This is a slow blues in F. Maybe too slow. This is more jazz though. This is more for like people who actually know how to build solos and play. Oh, I was waiting. I didn't even realize the track had started. I was like, when does the rhythm guitar and when do it actually blues funk in E minor? Easy groove in A minor. Let's see what that one says. This is more up my alley, obviously. Sounds like something I already played. I need Michael from episode whatever that was, my friend Michael Firestone was on, to sing or write some shit and sing. I'll sing if there's no one else to, but I'm not really I'm not intended to be the lead singer. I was thinking about writing some songs, co-writing them with I'm trying to combine what's AI version of Bernie Taupin? The AI Taupin or something, my songwriting partner. Nah. Oh, this is you sent me a playlist. It's not a channel. I see. I'm retarded. I thought this was like all the same per person. This is a list of random stuff. You probably said that, but I'm retarded live stream host. uplifting acoustic. Yeah, I mean, I've probably come across a lot of these. The one channel I don't like this channel for whatever reason. I just almost never vibe with their tracks. I don't know whether it's too many changes, it's the tempos, the timing of the track. They get decent views. They could probably get a ton of views, but Elevated Jam Tracks. Do you know that channel? Let me see your playlist. Let's see if you have any from Elevated Jam Tracks. That's one channel I just happen to not like that one. See, I recognize some of the names, Sebastian Zanino, and like some of these channels. Yeah. Now You Shred is a good one. Pretty reliable. But even there's a hit or miss, you know. But some of the ones when they hit, it's like people you can tell in the comments are like, oh, this fucking backing track. What I say? I don't even remember what it says. I combine like slaps, it slaps, it pops, it's a banger that slaps. I would glaze over that banger that slaps. I added something else too. Is this Christian rock? Is this a lesson? This looks like a lot of chords, but it's probably just a G major thing that I can jam over. So that's the fun of jamming. I could just play like two little things, and it's like I'm doing something. If I'm jamming along, I'm doing something. But if I'm just like, I'm like a retard if I just do that all night. But then if I, play along with this dude or whatever, I'm doing a thing. Oh, don't change it on me. It's kind of cool, I guess. Don't do too many changes on me. It gets confusing. It's still the same key, but it does what do you call it? It's some sort of, it's more of like a mode. It changes to another, I get my brain gets confused. I just want to play Louie Louie by the Kingsmen all night. Like that's all I really need to do is play Louie Louie or Steer It Up by Robert Marley. I scrolled to the bottom. There's only 52 things on there. What else did you send me? Anything else? No, that's it. The only playlist. That's the only playlist you sent me? No, that's fine. What other songs do I know? Sometimes I'll just play a chord. And then I'll be like, oh, I know a song that's in C that I feel like singing. Let's see. Maybe we'll do a Bob Dylan song. How's my whiskey? I nurse it. But I nurse it. I nurse it all. Nurse it all night long, and by the end of the night, you know what happens. No, what? I don't know. I end up consuming more than I thought I might. No, but I can't even reach it. It's over there. Every step of the way, we'll walk the line. Your days are numbered, and so are mine. Time is piling up. We struggle and we scrape. We're all boxed in, nowhere to escape. City's just a jungle, more games to play. I'm trapped in the heart of it, trying to get away. I was raised in the country, I've been working in the town. I've been in trouble ever since I set my suitcase down. Got nothing for you, had nothing before. Don't even have anything for myself anymore. Sky full of fire, pain pouring down. Nothing you could sell me, I'll see you around. What's the next verse? What's the next verse? All my powers of expression. Is that what it is? Mississippi lyrics, Dylan. I think it's all Mississippi lyrics. Lyrics, Dylan. There's a 5-second rule. Like you can start the song, continue it if you pick it up within a certain amount of seconds. You know? All my powers of expression, thoughts so sublime, could never do you justice, reason or rhyme. Only one thing I did wrong. Stayed in Mississippi a day too long. Well, the devil's in the alley, mules in the stall. Say anything you want to, I have heard it all. I was thinking about the things that Rosie said. I was dreaming, I was sleeping in Rosie's bed. Walking through the leaves, falling from the trees, feeling like a stranger nobody sees. So many things that we never will undo. I know you're sorry, I'm sorry too. Some people will offer you their hand and some who won't. Last night I knew you, tonight I don't. Need something strong to distract my mind. I'm gonna look at you till my eyes go blind. Well, I got here following that southern star. I crossed that river to be where you are. Only one thing I did wrong. Stayed in Mississippi a day too long. Well, my ship's been split to splinters and it's sinking fast. I'm drowning, I'm drowning in the poison. Got no future, got no past. But my heart is not weary. It's light and it's free. Got nothing but affection for all those who sailed with me. Everybody's moving if they ain't already there. Everybody's got to move somewhere. Stick with me, baby. Stick with me anyhow. Things start to get interesting right about now. My clothes are wet, tied on my skin, not as tight as the corner that I paid myself in. I know that fortune is waiting to be kind. So give me a hand, say you'll be mine. Well, the emptiness is endless, cold as a clay. You can always come back, but you can't come back all the way. Only one thing I did wrong. Stayed in Mississippi A day too long. That's probably my favorite Bob Dylan. So I kind of say it is, but I don't know if it actually is, but I guess it kind of is. Something I like part. There's a lot of things that appeal to me about this song, and I guess part of that it's not like a song that he wrote in like 1960. It's not Blowing in the Wind. It's not like a Rolling Stone. It's not some deep cut folk song or some song he pulled out on the road in the 70s or the 80s, but it's just a song from the late 90s, early 2000s kind of Dylan, where he did like I guess what they call the trilogy of albums: Time Out of Mind, Love and Theft, and Modern Times. I think was Modern. I think Modern Times was part of that trilogy. But yeah, just like these just cool variety of just like Americana and bluesy and just like, but also kind of the lyrically he's at his peak. I would put it right up against any of his lyrical peaks, whatever your preferred era of Dylan may or may not, might be. But yeah, no, that's a cool one. It's from Love and Theft, 2000. That album was released on 9/11. At 9/11, 9/11, the 9/11. I haven't really done the deep dive on like what that was actually like for him to have the album released on that day, but I forget that that's a thing. I didn't really discover the album until a little bit later, and that particular record. But that might be my favorite Dylan album too. I don't really have a favorite Dylan album, I guess. There's not an album where it's like maybe Highway 61, just because I do love every song on that particular album. Like, they're all good. They're all good, great songs. I don't know. And there's a lot of variety on that one. Variety's cool. I'm gonna go back to the go back to Chair with Arms. Oh shit! I just almost stabbed my monitor with. I did it almost twice with the chair. Now the chair is getting tangled in the wire. I'll show myself out. Can you kick yourself out of your own apartment? I'm gonna evict myself. I saw that. I was thinking about umpires. How with umpires, like it's fun to eject people. Like people forget that. Like they think umpires eject the players because they have like egos and they go on power trips, or that the players oversteps his line and it's like you have to eject him. I think it's just fun, literally fun to eject people from the game. How fun would that be to be like, you're out of here, motherfucker? They don't say motherfucker, I guess. That would be unprofessional. Maybe they said it earlier. The ump's not really allowed to curse back. I guess they do, though. We hear it on some of these sports highlight whatevers. Yeah, it's fun. What are the most fun referee actions you can take in sports? I think ejecting someone from any sport, and maybe even something about ejecting someone from a baseball game seems especially funny, or fun rather. Calling someone out, like you're out, like on a close play, and you're like emphatically calling someone out. Safe is not as fun for whatever reason. It's more fun to call someone out because it takes more. Like safe is just like, okay, you got there before the ball, but like the ball went on a crazy path. You know what I mean? It's more fun to call someone out because it's like more dramatic that the ball in I'm going to wax poetic about baseball maybe for the next 15 or 20 seconds, but like the ball had to go on a more epic journey off the bat. Like in baseball, where's the ball going? Okay, can people hear me outside? The ball, first it's like in the pitcher's glove. The defense has the ball in baseball, as people often say. So it starts the pitcher, it's going towards the plate, the batter hits it. Now could hit the fucking wall and the grass, and it could hit a wall, grass, dirt, a glove, all in the same play, be in the flesh and in the hand of multiple players, probably maybe let's say two players on like a cutoff play, and then in another player's glove who's going to tag the runner. So then the ball is I guess it's not touching the runner, but it's in the glove that's touching the runner. So the ball, but the point is the ball goes on this crazy fucking like journey to like, and then it has to beat the runner that's running around the bag. Just very dramatic. So a lot of things have to happen for a runner to sort of be out at a base sometimes. So I think it's more fun for the umpire. It's fun for the umpire to call him out. I don't know what other sports calls are important, like touchdown in football, calling a touchdown. Not really, because it's not like this. It's not, it's not a fist. You can't, this is out and then you're out. We want to just go like this. You got to do like that. I don't know. Penalties maybe are fun. Maybe that's why they call penalties. It's fun to, I guess they they say like refs and umpires, like if you don't notice them, that means they're doing a good job. But maybe it is human nature to want to inject yourself a little bit into the show, even though they're not part of the show, just because it's just pure fun to like every fucking person has some, not a fantasy, that's not the right term, but you know, part of them thinks it would be fun to like, it's not the season, so my brain is not on football, but like holding defense number 69, 10 yards. It's how fun would it be to get on the thing and then call a holding penalty? My dreams are different than yours. Hockey penalties, 5 minutes for fighting. Basketball, there was a fight last night in basketball. It wasn't really that. It was more like hold me back, bro, kind of fight. Sometimes they do throw down, but not really in basketball. Baseball, occasionally, it's not a hold me down, bro. Occasionally, sometimes people swing. There's been some knockdowns. there's been some knockdowns in some of these sports. I don't know. Better off fighting in sports than having the world wars and the wars. We got people complaining about hockey's too violent, and then all their tax money goes towards murdering entire ethnic groups and countries, civilians in different parts of the world. I think for the next few years, I feel like I'm gonna end up like arguing over with left wing people. They argue with them that they hate Trump for the wrong reasons. You don't hate Trump for the right things. They're like retarded. They still think it's like a Nazi. He's a Zionist and a Nazi. Is that what's going on? Nolan Ryan and Robin Ventura. Both former Mets. They were both former Mets. Nolan Ryan came up with the Mets, started his career obviously. Then they traded him. Probably not the best move in the franchise. And then they I think they trade for I think they signed Robin Ventura as a free agent from the White Sox. And he had his epic moment, the grand slam single in the playoffs. What do you guys want to talk about? Tedeschi trucks? Do you want to talk about politics? Do you want to talk about maybe I should go soon. Maybe we wind it down. People still hanging? What are we doing? I'm on the West Coast, so I shouldn't complain. Stoner, you're in that Arizona or some shit. I forget. Good night, Mr. T. Where are you? You're in Washington State or something? Am I just making all this shit up? I got it right. That's cool. I think some people are listening in bed and like laying down. That's cool. I'm guessing. I sometimes listen to people podcasts and just be chilling. Colorado. Oh, you're Colorado. Wait, what? East Coast. Colorado with Terminator mommy. Yeah, OG Terminator mommy. I gotta get out there. I might just get like a discount tickets, because you can get decent discount tickets if you're just like, I'll come this date, whatever. I think flexible flights. Just don't pay me on like with the DEI pilot with the doors that fall off. I want the merit based pilots. I don't want the doors they tighten the thing. They don't fly off. So we're gonna keep the doors and windows intact and whatnot. That's you hope for it. It's still amazing that a plane gets in the air. It's so big and weighs so much. It's so big and weighs so much. Limafowl. Were you here for Limafowl? Oh man, I'm cracking up. Oh man, we got to bring back Limafowl and Kawawa. We need to do an elbow check. What do you mean, like on a plane, like in the seat, like on those cruise ships? Limafowl. Oh man, I won't leave until everyone else leaves. Is that what's gonna happen? Limafowl. How do they float? Oh, how do cruise ships? No, it's more amazing that it's more amazing that a plane flies than a gigantic cruise ship sinks. The ocean is just like, I don't know. Mother Nature's crazy. Are you more afraid of gravity or drowning? Falling to the ground or drowning? Heights or whatever. Me and Terminator Matter were up at 6 a.m. Saturday. Well, you guys are crazy. You kids are crazy, staying up all night. Then the next day you're tired and you're useless and you can't do anything. You're wasted. The whole day gets wasted away if you're staying up all night for no reason. Okay, I guess once in a while is okay. Yeah, Kawawa. I think it's funny. There is no official. What is it? Kawawa I think it's Kiwawa. It's an I and then two A's. I don't know. I just think I saw multiple people spelling it that way. So I think maybe there is an official spelling to Kawawa. Limafowl. You can, I guess with Limafowl, you can add as many O's as you want at the end. But it looks like foo, but I'm foul. It's foul. It's still foul. Oh man, I'm making people dumber as we approach the 4th hour. I can try to make anyone who stays here just become more retarded. That can be a goal. I mean, there's always has to be a goal. Men hunt and women fish. How's that? What is that? What is that? I don't know. Nest. They nest. Men hunt and women nest. It's like always got to have a goal. Limafowl with many O's. I'm not going to count. Kawawa. I think that's what we were looking at. Yeah, Kiwa. I'll let people decide what the official spelling is, because I think we have to commit to something if this is going to be a thing. Not that I'm encouraging it, or I am, maybe. I don't know. It's funny. It's funny enough. It's funny enough to talk about. I like stupid things. I'll let Forest Mommy be the bar. Even if Forest Mommy doesn't like the Kawawa thing specifically, it would be something stupid enough that she would be like, "Oh, I understand why you like that retarded thing," even though I like some other retarded thing that you do, or prefer some other retarded life, homie. Oh man, we're setting back humanity one tard at a time. Protardedness. Let's work on the movie idea. Maybe. No, I'll do that later. I have enough where I can kind of do some brainstorming on my own, and I could come back to the group and with something a little bit more or at least questions, more specific questions or an idea or something. I think that is fun. I want to do something that's doable, and maybe that could even be done. It's doable and it's kind of cheap. And it's low. It's limited asks of everyone. Record your voice, show up on live streams, and you don't even. You probably do have to get off. I don't know. You probably would. It'd probably be help to be off script because it would feel more organic. But I guess because we'd be on screens for the like podcast thing, most likely. I mean, we could set up alternate camera angles within our spaces, so we kind of that would be kind of interesting. Actually, that would be a cool thing. I don't know if what would end up in the actual footage, but in addition to like do you see my mouse? You don't see my mouse, but in addition to like the screens that like the StreamYard interfaces and the streaming interfaces, we would have additional cameras in our studios or whatever. For like additional footage to cut to, and I guess that might make it like feel more intimate also, and feel more real, that you're seeing the person, and it's not just like, maybe it would make it feel more like they're all real time or something. Yeah, I mean, whatever. I don't know. That doesn't make total sense, but um, no, that would be cool. Yeah, yeah. I guess that's kind of a cool idea. We get sucked into the game, and then have to. We all argue about stupid shit, but we have to team up to defeat the NGOs. I'll figure out how the NGOs can be like integrated into the plot. NGOs take over Jackbox, Jack Off Party Pack. We're calling it. I think. Hard Life Homie has been up forever. I got into the idea. I wasn't even like in. You can see I get excited about ideas, so I just leave a comment up for 75 minutes for no reason. Me and Goodnight are not the brainstorm worthy. No, that's not what I meant. I don't want to bother people. I don't know. I'm also I'm proud of all of our progresses. And also, I don't necessarily want to write notes right now, but I'll like dedicate the time. We need to do Idiocracy too. Well, that will be the world of that will be the world of no, you guys are brainstorm worthy, but I want to like. It's weird because sometimes I'll get into the mode like, oh, I'll sit on my laurels. Like I feel like I got enough accomplished for that night, or for the time being, like, and I'll just be like, oh, I'm done. I want to do something else now. Let me come back to that. But yeah, I think that's kind of could be the vibe of the world is Idiocracy when we're inside the animated world, like fighting back against the NGOs and the people who support them and who have infiltrated the whatever. I'm not sure about all the mechanics of this, but I think there's something here. I really like this NGO thing because then Forest Mommy will like it. Should Forest Mommy be the main character? Maybe. It's like I said, ensembles kind of still have main characters, even if people kind of share relatively similar amount of screen times. Who's the main character of The Big Chill? It's the Kevin Kline character. Who's the main character of Major League? It's the Tom Berenger, Jake Taylor, the catcher. It's him. Who's the main character in Animal House? Is what's his name? He passed away recently. What's the actor's name? The white guy? They're all white, but one of the white guys, he's the main character. American Pie. It's Otter, I think is his name. American Pie is the Jason Biggs character, is the main character in that. Like all the ensembles have main. Tim Matheson, I think so. Otter, yeah. So we probably would want a main character. I mean, as the primary writer of this project, I would, my ideological point of view might shine through the most, or could, or I guess will, but that doesn't necessarily mean that I have to be the main character per se. Forest Mommy seems more of a natural main character. So what if Yeah, yeah, we could figure. I could explore like what game it might be. I was thinking Forest Mommy creates an own game, and we could accidentally get sucked in by the NGO. Well, the NGO is gonna hack into the system. I guess that's the thought. Okay, the NGO hacks into the system. I like that. Hacks into the Jackbox. Hacks into StreamYard or Jackbox or both. And then we gotta all fucking figure out a way out of there. Well, I'll figure it. We can figure out those mechanics, like some kind of fucking what's that like meme where the planet Earth people. What the fuck cartoon is that? Where they're all the different colors of people. Whatever. I don't know. We'll figure it out. But we have to team up and overcome our differences to defeat the evil NGOs. I mean that is like an option. But I kind of want to go back and forth between the animation and the um like podcasting, the streaming aspect of it. Everyone from YouTube gets sucked in. Yeah, they hack into get it. This is kind of the plot to a like getting. I mean, no one has a monopoly on this concept. So it's not like the idea of getting sucked into a video game, sucked into a computer world, sucked into a virtual world. I don't think I'm like stealing anyone's idea by having a story that does that. That no one has like no one has like a monopoly on that concept. So I think I think I'm pretty comfortable like going down that path with this. So yeah, like I think StreamYard and Jackbox get hacked into, or the equivalents in this movie, where we can have like whatever properties we can use. There's a few movies that have that kind of thing. We can make it really dark, like Black Mirror on crack. I mean, I think ultimately should have. Well, I guess that's the tone that like my short that edited that my short film, that's kind of what I was like kind of like toying with and exploring and fucking up and whatever in some regard, because I tried to make an idiocracy vibe and then ended up making a Black Mirror. Like I wish I was skilled at writing like comedic biting satire, but that's not really what I think I'm best at. I think I'm better, and what always seems to come out more is like us more like straight drama or like sci-fi drama with satirical elements and with funny, maybe some lighthearted humorous moments, but straight comedy, I'm just not skilled at writing. Every fucking line is a uproarious joke or like biting satire. I don't know. I'm a drama queen. No, I'm just kidding. No, I like sci-fi and drama. I like comedy too. But I don't know if I would like to. You need like a partner to write comedy, or I'm not. That would be helpful, I think. But yeah, we could explore bringing. That's true. Yeah, I should write parts for Chrissy and for maybe some others that have bigger followings, and they would be interested in being part of it, and that would be a way to work with them. I'm stupid. This is such a good idea. I'm stupid for not coming up with this idea earlier. Like work with all the people I know, write some project. I think it should be a movie also, because I don't know, I want to make a thing and put it out. We want to get it done and to have it has a start, it has a finish, and like I don't know. And I'm working on a series with this other thing, so with the edited, I'm trying to develop my web series. So this would be cool to have another feature project, or have a feature project, another feature project. I have a few other ideas, but probably would include very dark humor. I think that's the tone. Yeah, you know, the tone that we all like. A little bit shit posty, edgy, potentially. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. Um, but how do we go back in between? Oh. If it's like a game, there's certain, I don't know. We'll have to figure out like sort of the rules of the world, because maybe there's ways. the story can come in and out of the podcast world. Like you get like a power up or something. You get some kind of like, there's some kind of thing that they discover that enables them to temporarily get back into their podcast studios or whatever. But I don't know, like those sort of plot things. I don't know. I'm not sure how that would work exactly, because I think that's the thought. Like there would be scenes. Like some scenes are in the podcast, the stream interface world, and whatever in real life, and the live action, and then you have the pause game mechanic. They pause the game. What if they were sucked in? Yeah. How do I save the chat? You guys will remember stuff. Will let me know. But it feels like they are hallucinating. Yeah, well, it'll look. It can make sense, and it also depends on the NGO and like this how this will all work. But I got to write this all down. There's a bunch of things that are and who exactly are the characters as well. Who's committed to who wants to do it? Me, Courtney, Tony, Forest Mommy, Paul, Doug, Chrissy if she wants to be. Chrissy, I don't have. Chrissy can have like, she can be like a cameo. I don't know. No, whatever. It would be awesome. Anyone, who else can we get? I don't know if anyone actually wants to do this anyway, but it would be cool. It's a thought. We all can act. We're actors. We're performers. YouTube will save the transcript. Yeah. Then we can make a sequel, and then get like Rogan to do it. Who else? I don't want Elon Musk to do it. No, he can. Do we want Elon? He's not an actor. He doesn't know how to act. I bet he would be really horrendous actually at acting, because he's like kind of one of these like robots. Like imagine what's his name trying to act Facebook, Zuckerberg. Imagine Zuckerberg trying to like, I bet if he committed and learned, but like if he has zero acting experience and he tried to do it, I bet he would be pretty horrendous. But if he committed to it, like he's like learning to like jujitsu and have curly hair now, like he's getting better at those things, because that can be a transition. Well, you could always do it like a cameo where they film on their cell phone, like as it's a video call, right? Like, yeah, if whoever I can do, yeah, that's true. And I guess even it could be spliced in using the power of editing and post production after the fact. Like, let's say I film a scene, we film a stream scene with whoever's available, the handful of the regular peoples in our circle, and then we're like, oh, or we could film. I don't know. There's options that way if they can't get on location. I guess what I'm saying is like, there's a way to do it even if we can't get the whole group together at the same time. You could still, they could still film and either be sending a message related to the plot or something like that. Can I actually use Cameo for this? Cameo, the website. I know there's like a business aspect, and if they can say happy birthday, they can I have to direct them an email. Move a little to the left. I don't know. But for this kind of thing, but if they're just recording a message, it's meant to be casual. Really brings in the modern day stuff. Yeah, this is actually kind of a brilliant idea and a doable idea. Yeah. And as long as we have I just want the narrative to be tight. I think it can, and I think it can be tight. I don't, if the if the streams are maybe there'll be room for improvisation on some of the streams, and the IRL stuff won't have to be entirely scripted. The animation will probably have to be scripted entirely. There'll be room for feedback, I think, with that. What is this? What? What is this? I can't see why you can't. It's a conduit. What did I say? What was that? I'm tripping. We're tripping here. Yeah. No, my mind is like thinking about this, obviously. That would be fun. Who else could we? I'm not assuming anyone who we talk about it, but I'm just because it's fun to imagine, who else we could get either to be in the primary cast. How many people in the primary cast? I mean, probably shouldn't. Maybe I mean, me, Forest Mommy, Paul, Doug, Courtney. Who am I missing? Oh, Tony. Other Tony, 2 Tonys. We can have 2 Tonys. Asputt seems like he would be a good addition to the crew, and then 1 more. Oh, and maybe Alice. That's not bad. Four good dudes and 4 girls. Do we need gender balance? Not necessarily, I guess. Everyone else. Oh, and Lila. Yeah, I don't know. We can get them all to be. I'll write. We can write. I'll write it. We can write in parts for them to make appearances, both in both worlds. I think that would be cool. Like everyone makes 2 cameos, so you get to see them in real life, and you get to see them their animated version. I think that would be fun, as many as possible. Be like, yo, I want you to be in this movie, but you're going to be on camera, and there's going to be your animated version, and that would be like a cool, like sort of like meme thing. Lila and her girls. Oh, the little ones. They all get sucked in through Jackbox. Everyone gets mad at me. The plot begins like I want to play Jackbox and I'm pressuring everybody, and then they don't want to, but then we end up playing, but we get sucked in. Get everyone. Yeah. I don't want to write 35 pages for someone that doesn't want to do the project, and it's very, very specifically for them and no one else. Like that would probably not be the best plan to do that, but just be like, oh, here's a scene and a moment where Lila and our girls talk about blah 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 and this and that, and and here's what we should talk about in the live stream IRL, and here's what happens when they get it sucked into the animated world too, or whatever, into the game, the Micro Maidens. I mean, I don't know them as well, but yeah. Not Elon Musk, but we were gonna get Rogan, and no Trump, unless he ends all wars. Trump, if he ends all wars, he can come on and voice himself. Get a good survey going. Ask what they want. Ask if they want to participate. Yeah, I could. I mean, I could. I would almost rather bring them with a more fleshed out idea is probably better, or to sell people or to get them excited. I guess that's the same thing on the idea. Yeah, that'd be cool. I mean, the basic plot seems to be sort of there. There seems to be something there. It's fairly straightforward. Like to defeat the NGO and get StreamYard to work right. Get StreamYard to work right. And what if the NGO? Oh, dude, I think I might have something. The NGO is or they're like involved in like corruption with the government to suppress views on YouTube and destroy subversive content creators or whatever. And so to defeat them and destroy them, they're sucked into the world and they can't make their podcasts, they can't do their live streams to fight back against the powers that be. So that they want it, so that's where they're like eliminating them. They're eliminating that. So they take the next step. Instead, they suppressing all of us is not enough. They need to destroy us, and they destroy us by sucking us into the world, into the virtual world where we're animated or whatever. And yeah, so then we gotta defeat the NGO and not kill each other, and fix StreamYard bugs. That's not that bad of a plot. Does it have to be it doesn't have to be a Jackbox game per se, but I guess that could be a thing. I accidentally get everyone sucked into the game world, or into the it could be a broader world. It could be like the Jackbox game world is part of a bigger virtual world. Like we're in the Jackbox game. Where are we now? Oh, we're in fucking someone's computer or whatever. Like you see like Doug's cookies or whatever, and you see fucking all this like porn and shit. Ew. Or like let me see like Forest Mommies, like something about some other virtual worlds. That could be something. Or I don't know. I can't entirely wrap my head around what type of virtual worlds or cartoon worlds we could explore or get sucked into beyond, I guess, like a game. I don't know, but it seems doable. Limafau. Good night, Mr. T. All right, we're on to something. Do I have to listen to this back tomorrow? I think Grok might be able to summarize it. Grok is pretty good. It's better than ChatGPT in a lot of ways, and maybe in most ways. I'm not gonna blanket say that, but I guess it is. It's got different biases. They're both biased, obviously, but I think just straight it has less terrible political bias, maybe. I don't know. Call it Limafau. This movie, NG gotta go. NG no, I don't know. Yeah, I'm not impressed by ChatGPT. It's generally slower, I guess. Limafau. Limafau. All right, I think maybe I'm gonna call it a night. Maybe that's a good idea. It's been fun though. I did not expect to or plan to stream this late, especially when there was 0 to 1 people in the chat and early on. But that's okay. We stuck with it. What did we learn tonight? We learned the chords to I was the Mr. Big song. I only want to be with you. That's Hootie and the Blowfish. I don't think that's Hootie and the Blowfish either. NGO Limafau. That could be the title actually. NGO Limafau. Like that's how it's actually pronounced. It would have to be a straight comedy or more of a straight comedy. No, I guess not necessarily. But but this is actually pronounced NGO Limafau, I think. That's how I'm pronouncing it. It can't be Nago Limafau. I don't know. But there could be something in the story that gets us there, in the sense that we're doing some abbreviation, like Forest Mommy's writing down her plans for here's Forest Mommy's battle plans for how to defeat the NGO, and I'm looking at him like, what's Nago Limafau? And then people are like, you're retarded, and then that becomes like a joke. I'm like, oh, that should be the title of the movies. So I think there's a path for something retarded like that being the title and having it make some sense. Nagola Mafau. Well, the government is the joke. Exactly. I think it can be tied in. There's some tied in I like how your brains are thinking. I appreciate it. Just Monday hard with baseball now. Hockey fans are slipping into different homies streaming. That's cool. Where are the ladies? Which ones? In general, where are they? I don't know. It's not a bad question though. It's if tell me if I'm using this word in the right context. But can this be interpreted from my and some other perspectives as an existential question? Where are the ladies? In a sense. Cool. All right, I am gonna wrap it up at 420. 420. Damn, I appreciate it, guys. Thank you all. Media assets. All right, let's pull up the outro here. Subscribe, like. I appreciate those things for sure. I got to get to enough subscribers so I could do the things that there need to be for like monetization and super chats and so I could be rich like I don't know who's in this other window. Snow White. No, I don't know. Elon here, like him. Super chat my way to Elon status. How many super chats does it take to get to afford a rocket to Mars? I don't even want to go to Mars. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you for your time. It was fun tonight. Yeah, it was fun to play music. I was bashful, or I was feeling a little bashful for a second there, and then I played for 3 hours. Like I think Goodnight Mr. T commented that he often does too. They wanted to play Jackbox and left. Biological ladies. Exist biological. I like to read the comments backwards and try to figure out the context. I'm the Jeopardy of streaming host comment readers. Wanted to play Jackbox and left. Yeah, I don't know. It's hard. Sometimes I can't figure out the tone of people's comments. Trolls trolling trolls. It's a lot to keep up with. Like a Tootsie Pop. This was awesome. I really enjoyed it. I appreciate that. Wow. I'm not sure what I'm doing next week, but we'll see what's cooking. Maybe I'll do another solo thing. Maybe I'll share some more images and links and stuff, and we could do like the streaming thing where we comment and make fun of society, etc. That's always fun. Here's what happened in the day-to-day. Let me pull up a picture of someone doing something retarded. Look how retarded this person is. This person's even more retarded than I am. Look how, and they make me feel better about myself. That's a thing. Figuring out the tone is difficult. You're talking about to the film project or to like my stream in general? Life. The tone of the project. Well, because it's it's weird because if it's going to be the real life and we're playing ourselves, there's probably we're going to want it to be comedic in some way, but if it's going to be scripted, that will have to be kept in mind. If it's comedic, it also makes it more fun to do. What if? Oh, I have an idea. What if? I mean, this may be too much of a blanket rule and maybe too limiting, but what if the IRL, like the streams, we're all having fun and we're laughing, or like comedy is a big part of it, and then like then when they get sucked into the virtual world, it's like it's more of a straight drama or something. I don't know. The whole tone changes, not just like the world or whatever. I like these streams with no proper subject. It just happens and flows. Yeah. That's what scares me most. Happens and flows. That's what makes me truth be told, and I've talked to not that many people, but a handful of people, a few people I've talked about this with, or they even know about this or saw it. Like I streamed for a minute on Periscope. Remember Periscope? Periscope was an awesome app. Bring back Periscope. I'm gonna that might be a good hill to die. Well, was it owned by like Saudi Arabian dudes or something? But that like aside, not that matters, but I remember there were people like, it's cool that you could literally kind of like fucking scroll around the world or move a cursor around the world and be like, oh, look at these red dots. People are streaming like in this country and that country. Then fucking no one is streaming in North Korea because they're not allowed to have communication with me. That would be that'd be terrible for their, if I was Kim Jong-il, I would not want someone in his country to be live streaming with me. I will tell them, I'd be like, we have pumpkin pie here, dude. Do you even know what pumpkin pie? Do you think they have pumpkin pie in North Korea? Maybe. I doubt it. It's the only thing they have. Everything else, life is just hardship, but they just happen to have pumpkin pie. I don't know. All right, let's wrap it up. I told people to subscribe and et cetera, et cetera. All right, thank you, everyone. I appreciate it. Kim Jong-un. It's been fun. I don't know. We'll do the deep dive. Let's ask Doug to ask. That'll be the question. Because doesn't Doug always tell Paul on their stream to look up something for the week and tell him about it? Like, learn me some education. Learn me the segment where learn me some education for the week. And that could be the question. Do they have pie in what was the question? It's been a long night. Something about pie. Anyway, thank you guys. Later. Peace.